Madam President, are you ready for roll call? Trish Bodie.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez-Delakia.
Here.
Alexis Grimes.
Here.
Sade Fashakun.
Here.
Aaron Johnson.
Here.
Christine Maurer.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. Oh wait, that's my part. Since it is 9:02 a.m. And quorum is present, I now call the Leander ISD Team of 8 board meeting to order at 9:02 p.m. At 9:02 a.m. I'm sorry, it's not even p.m. yet. All right. No, we're not p.m. ready. Good morning, y'all. All right. Well, as you know, we're still working through our Team of 8 training, so this is going to be a workshop forum. There's not votes taken in this meeting. This is just about discussion and kind of laying some groundwork that we'll probably build off on future meetings. Before we get to our team building and our continuous improvement tools discussion, we have citizen comments. Do we have anybody signed up for citizen comments? We have a speaker. Our speaker is not here, so we will go ahead and close that item of our agenda and move on to item number 3, discussion items, and move to our team building exercise.
Thank you, Madam President. Just as a quick note, we are going to be a little more mobile today, so there'll be some movement around the room. The guys streaming are going to be able to take care of all of that. So we have some team building with Greg Glover first thing in the back half of the room. But then even when we're working with David, there'll be some movement around here today, and that's fine. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that was okay. It is important that we continue to pick up the audio though, so we'll make sure that we bring a microphone or two wherever we are to capture those conversations for those folks who are watching online.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the district for being flexible because it is a workshop. We want that workshop environment, but we also want to make sure we are as transparent as possible. We're balancing well, so thank y'all for doing that.
All right, and with that, we'll gather in the back with Greg Glover, our trainer, and we'll begin.
And I'm going to use this for one activity, but that's okay. We're going to use it for that little activity in a minute. Okay.
You can set it on the floor.
Okay, whatever you want to do. Hi, good people. Let's go ahead and circle up right here and get rolling. Good? It's kind of a me, but we're still cool. Are we missing anybody? Is this everybody? Good. Okay, good. My first school board meeting in a long time.
You've missed so much.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, what's the circle? Oh, a circle.
That's great. All right, so good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Greg Glover. I'm from my mother, and I'm honored to work with you today. When we're practicing, I believe school is a practice ground for life, so let's go forward and just have fun. And just get out of our comfort zone so some growth will take place. Okay? I, first of all, am honored to work with you, and I appreciate the work that you do. I know it's a lot of hours. My dad was the president of the school board in Oklahoma where I grew up, and I didn't realize how much work he put into it. He was always gone doing these meetings. I'm like, where are you going? After work. Okay, so I really appreciate the work you do for our students. Honored to work with you. These are ingredients. As you can tell, I'm a pretty well-fed man. What makes a great team? We're going to just brainstorm. When you're with me, there's no right or wrong. If I get going too fast, you can always call timeout and Greg. Just say, Greg, please repeat that, and I'll say, thanks for asking, and I'll repeat whatever you need. Okay? Let's brainstorm. What makes a great team?
Trust.
Trust.
Communication.
Communication is a skill for sure. Time.
Together.
Yes, spending time, building relationships.
Respect.
Respect. That's a good one, Gloria. How do you know if someone's respecting you, Gloria?
They listen.
Exactly. I tell all the students, show me you care with your eyes. Just look, if you want to be employable and make your own path in the world, school's a practice ground for life. So practice listening with your eyes. Just show people you care with your eyes. People don't care how much you know, they know how much you care by the way you listen.
Yes.
Okay? So give me one more ingredient that makes a great team. Think about a great team you've been on.
Collaboration.
Collaboration. When students leave the practice field for life, I tell them all the time, you should be able to work with anyone on the planet, not just your 3 best friends. So let's get out of our comfort zone. What else makes a great team? Let's brainstorm.
Risk-taking.
There we go.
Honesty.
If we're stagnant, no one wants to be around us, right? We want risk-taking, taking healthy risks, and failing forward.
Honesty.
Honesty and integrity are intertwined. That's I always tell the students, what does a compass help us do? Anybody?
Correction.
Find our way. So just make one good decision at a time, and you don't have to worry. Okay, I was a counselor in the Del Valley prison for 10 years. I worked with a lot of people that didn't take school seriously. So I'm very excited about education because I want people to make their own path in the world. Okay, what else makes a great team?
Grace with each other.
Show them grace. That's awesome.
Growing together.
Growing together, supporting each other, personally and professionally. Instead of having fear-based relationships. Or if you don't do this, I'm writing you up. Fear-based relationships don't keep people. Okay, what's another one? Makes a great team.
Making decisions.
Okay, being able to make decisions. Anything else we're missing?
Try to shorten it, focused on sort of task at hand, mission.
Task-oriented, just being focused with your time, using your time wisely. Okay, there's a whole different team building deal is how to have a meeting. Okay, anything else?
I think we did it in our earlier team building, we talked about our different strengths, so leveraging our strengths.
Awesome. Okay, yeah, that's definitely, we have a menagerie of strengths in this group. Let's use them, right? And don't be afraid to shine your own shoes and tell people what you're good at that you can offer this group, okay? Anything else we're missing? Makes a great team.
Showing up.
Showing up, being president. There you go. I'm gonna throw in one if y'all don't mind. I like to have fun. Because I don't know how many days I'm gonna have on the planet. I don't know how many days I'm gonna have on the planet. I'm gonna have a great day today. Okay, so anyhow, anything else? Okay, let's get started. Here's our first challenge. We're gonna try to pass this around the circle. If we do it, we do it. If we don't, we don't. We're just gonna fail forward. You have to grab it and turn it. And when you give it to someone, you're gonna give it to them out front, and they have to grab it and turn it. And Bruce, you can grab it in front of their hands like that. So when you give it to someone, they're just gonna grab it and turn it in front of your hands, grab it and turn it. And these will keep going. Now, if we go like this, these will shake and stop. Okay, so this is a metaphor. How do you pass off your work to other people? So we're just gonna get these started. And we're gonna try to pass this around the circle without those stopping. Okay? Who wants it first? I like that. All right, okay, slowly control. You got it, baby. Right there, nice, Bruce. Keep turning it, keep turning it. You can do it. Just grab it and turn it. There you go. Perfect. Stay calm. You got it. You can do it. Grab it and turn it. Your turn. Shake it. Perfect. Nice, nice and steady. Gloria. Unbelievable. The first time you're so smart. Usually it goes for like 2 people and someone's like, okay, so that's a good one. You guys are awesome. Hey, what was one of the keys to our success in that activity? Okay, communicating.
Good instructions when we didn't.
Okay, following instructions. So many times I'll tell people to grab it and turn it, and they go like this, and they don't grab it, and it shakes it, and they stop. It's all about friction, right? Something to think about. How do you pass off your work to other people on this team? Are the I's dotted and the T's crossed, or is it a big drama fest? I don't know, but it's something to think about, because you all do so much work. You all do so much work for our students, it's important to respect how you pass your work off to other people, I believe. It's up to everybody else. Hey, let's keep rolling. You all seem bright. I'm gonna see if you can count to 10 as a group. Okay, so we're just gonna play a family that plays together
Stay together.
most of the time. Not always, but hopefully you guys will play with the family. So in this activity, there's no talking about it. You can't just go in a circle and no like winking and doing weird stuff. There's no planning. You just have to try to count to 10 as a group. And If someone says a number next to you, you can't say the next number. So if Bruce says 3, I can't say 4, you can't say 4, right? He's next to us. Also, the other caveat, if 2 people say the same number at the same time, we'll start over. Question?
The next bigger number, but not, so if he says 3, she can say 2, but she just can't say 4.
No, she can't say 4, and we're trying to count from 1 to 10.
She can say 2.
Just if
Oh,
someone
so
says
then
a
you
number
can't
that's
go
next to
lower.
you,
Okay.
you can't say the next number.
Okay.
Okay, so that's, if you say a number, I can't say the next one.
Yeah.
And there's no talking about it, it's just random, just having fun, failing forward. Any questions on this activity? Let's give it a shot.
1,
2.
3, 8. No,
Hey, she just wanted to finish the activity. Hey, so we're going in order, that's okay.
When he says 1, I say 10.
And you know what, I also didn't tell you this, and I'm one of those students outsmarting me on this. You can't say all the numbers at one time. Okay, here we go.
1. 1, 2,
Yeah.
3,
4.
5.
Are you guys next to each other, 3 and 4? Okay, on my bad.
7.
6. I said 6.
I said
We
7.
had 7 at the
We-
same time.
Okay, let's start over. 1.
2, 3.
4. No.
Oh.
I say together, don't we start over?
Yeah.
You're not
You
saying
said
2 together
two.
and then 3 together?
Okay, 1.
2, 3, 4, 8.
1.
2, 3. Oh. Next for her, I can't do that.
1.
2, 3,
4.
5.
6, 7, 8.
No.
I have a question.
Okay, time out, question.
Can we just plan what numbers are going to?
Yeah, we're just playing a game. It's random. This is an old parlor game. So
Let's
here
have a board meeting to decide what we're
It take
you
hours.
go. Okay.
1.
2, 3, 4. What? 6. 7.
8.
9.
10. Oh,
Okay, that's enough of that nonsense.
There we go.
Okay, so real quick, we're just gonna play together. I need you to just get with a partner, someone in this group we haven't talked to yet today. Just get with a partner, I'll give you instructions. No big deal. Okay, so growth takes place when we get out of our comfort zone. All I need you to do, you're just for like 10 seconds, I just need you to look your partner deep in the eyes without talking, go.
I can't do that, I'm gonna start laughing. How's it going?
Okay, time's up. Again, that's not the activity, I'm just messing with you. Where's the activity? I'm sorry.
talking.
Whereas some people couldn't do it.
That's all right.
You're wrong.
Okay, so real quick, in this activity, we're actually playing a game, I was just messing with you. In this activity, you seem bright, I'm gonna see if you can count to 3 now in this activity. And when I say go, all you're gonna do is look at each other, and you don't have to freak each other out, just look at each other, and you're gonna count to 3 as fast as you can, back and forth for 10 seconds. I'll blow my whistle, we'll stop, and I will give you additional information. You're not counting at the same time, just whomever's number is up says the number, so it's like this. 1, 2, 3, now you're 1, 2, 3, now you're 1. It flips every time. You just go back and forth as fast as you can for 10 seconds. On your mark, get set, go.
2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2.
Okay, eyes up here, that's pretty good, you're doing good, watch. Now there's no longer a 1, you're just gonna go like this. 2, 3, clap, 2, 3. Just clap on the 1, okay? Any questions? On your mark, get set, go!
2, 2, 3.
Eyes up here, y'all are doing good, you guys are throwing me off here. I'm trying to help you. Listen, same challenge, we're not done yet. There's no longer a 2, okay? Is that whining? Okay.
Is there a 1? Is there a 1 though, or?
Yeah, you're gonna clap on the 1. On the 2, you just go like this, shoulder shrug, and then say 3. Okay, on your mark, get set, go.
Three.
Three. Okay, eyes up here. Last round, I promise this is the last round. All you're gonna do is go like this. Clap on one, shoulder shrug on two, and then just bark on three. On your mark, get set, go. Okay, that's enough of that nonsense. Give yourself some love. Hey, raise your hand if you made made a mistake in that activity. Anybody? Good. I saw some of the jump, bark, and clap. The kids I had them jump on too. But you'll see kids jump and bark and clap. So I like to sprinkle in ethical or leadership principles. So let's just talk about it for a segundo. What happens around people that are super serious? Have you ever met someone who's a John Wayne 24/7?
Right.
What happens around them?
Everybody's all tense.
Tense, a little uncomfortable. What else? What happens around super serious people?
Not fun.
Work. Yeah, there you go, Eric. Work happens. Okay, what else?
Could be fear.
Could be fear-based relationship. Okay. Something to think about. Okay. Just if you're always super serious, first of all, if you have children, you're passing it on to them. And people get paralysis by analysis. They overanalyze everything because they don't want to upset a super serious person. Learning how to laugh at yourself is a long story longer. I'm trying to teach the students and the staff. And immediately own it if you make a mistake. Hey man, I screwed up. Here's what I did. I want you to know first. Just throwing it out there, okay? Just building that trust by owning your mistakes quickly. And then we don't want to perseverate on mistakes. And hey, remember last year when you screwed it up? Don't do that again. You know, you have to let water into the
My husband loves that. I do that a lot.
Hey, real quick, I got a new challenge. Get a new partner. Say goodbye to your old partner. Get another partner. Quickly. Just get it with another partner out there. Okay. Y'all did this one last year. I wrote a retreat for you. That the people that were here, I don't know how that went. Hope they went all right. Okay. But this one is just so easy, and I like to teach the teachers to do it in the classrooms, because they're the sculptor, and the children are the clay. And if they can sculpt the classroom, they want to see if they build relationships. And being intent about it from day one. So this is one of those activities. It's called commonalities. You all have probably done this before. But I'll give you 1 minute. You and your partner need to find out 3 things you have in common. You didn't know already. They can't be obvious. Like we're both hairy or whatever. Something that's not obvious. Okay, go.
Oh, yeah, I'm married.
Oh, I am too. Okay. Yes. There you go. There we go. All right. Things we don't already know.
Can't be obvious.
Okay. Okay, we can do this. We started.
Got 10 seconds left on 10 seconds left on the clock.
We have I'm true.
Good? That's good? We good?
We're ready.
All right, time's up. Let's circle the wagons. Circle the wagons. So, again, school's the practice ground for life. So hard skills are running a computer or a lawnmower. Hard skills. Soft skills are how you talk to people in the world you live in. And they'll make or break the kids, even if they have their own business. Trust me. So I constantly tell them, what you learn is what you earn. When you practice speaking in class, you're just putting more money in your pocket because you're gaining skills that you're going to use in the world. So just giving them that quick why, It's so important, because I was one of those guys, like, why are we doing this? Why is X minus 2? You know, I'm always just asking these questions. I need to know why I'm doing this. Okay, so real quick, just tell us your names and what you had in common. Go.
Bruce and Alexis, we're both married.
Both have eighth graders, love to travel.
Golf clap for Sherry. You get a golf clap for Sherry. Let's go, right here.
My name is Gloria, Anna, and we were trying to think, we thought it was supposed to be things that we didn't already know around one another, so we were really having to dig deep. Yeah. We both have really ugly feet.
Okay, that's all right.
This is subjective.
We right, wear a lot of heels. We enjoy foreign horror movies.
Foreign horror movie.
No, we're watching horror movies right now. And we both like Jack Johnson. We're going to the Jack Johnson concert.
Golf clap for Sherry. Everybody's rolling right here.
Chris Bodie,
Ernie Johnson.
we both have seen Pikes Peak.
Oh, really?
We both have eighth graders as well.
Nice.
Wow.
And we both have debated in school, kind of high school, me college.
Very cool. Debated.
Save the worst for last.
Go pick something.
So I'm Christine.
I'm sorry.
We both like to travel.
And we found out we both are older than our husbands.
Cool.
And the third one, we weren't sure. Well, obviously, we both wear glasses, but that's obvious, so I don't know
It's all
why.
good. Golf clap for Sherry. So how long did it take to build that relationship? 1 minute.
Yeah.
Make it happen, Kevin. I tell the kids that all the time. Go meet other people every day in the practice field for life. And if you think you're a leader, go sit down with the kid who's sitting by himself at lunch and ask him his name. That's what leadership looks like, right? I'm gonna give you 3 challenges I give everybody. I just wanna share them with you. If you wanna be a great leader, try on a daily basis not to put yourself down. Some people do it all the time, they don't even know it, okay? I played college baseball. You can't hit a baseball if you're like, I don't know if I'm gonna hit this. You gotta be like driving this up the middle. You can't, I'm a musician. You can't play music if you're always putting yourself down. And I offer it to so many people. I'm like, you want to learn harmonica? How about piano? What about guitar? How about bass? Before people can even think about it, most of them go, I suck at music. I go, now you do because you believe it. So that's my first challenge. Just try to catch yourself if you do it. You don't need to do that. We're not wired like that. You don't need to put yourself down. Here's my second challenge. This is harder for some people. Try not to put other people down even in your mind. Just when you're together, you're all giving so much for this district. Learn, and I know you do this, I'm preaching to the choir, but just assuming the best in each other on a daily basis. And so people can read your body language anyhow if you're putting them down in your mind. And why? Because thoughts come before actions. Actions become habits. Habits become your character. That's your destiny. It's important to control your brain and how you think. Something to think about. And then if you want to be a great leader, learn how to shine other people's shoes. Learn how to put people up. Quickly, little things like, thanks for helping me set up this morning, Bruce. I appreciate you. Creating that emotional bank account with other people, so if you need to give them feedback, they're going to listen because you've always caught them doing good things. Those, I'll quit. I'm preaching to the choir, but those are 3 challenges I give everybody. I want you to just think about that because you guys do such great work for our district. We want you to be the best leaders you can be. Let's keep rolling. I need everyone to grab a bandana right here off this table. They've been washed in gain. If you're allergic to gain, don't rub it in your face. And I know you want to pop someone with the bandana. You know, we don't have to pop each other.
He said don't do it.
I know you want to.
You said you don't have to.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. So this one, I call it problems, opportunities. Because if you can just think about when you have a problem, what's the solution instead of blaming, you're pretty employable. When you can just be solution oriented, you're pretty employable. So this is a opportunity for you, long story longer. You're gonna take your bandana, I know you've done this one, but you're gonna take your, can I borrow yours, Aaron? You're gonna take it like this from the corner and just hold it and get in here a little bit. You know, and you're never gonna let go of yours, and you're gonna raise your left hand and get someone else's that's not on either side of you And then lastly, you can't share two with the same person. So don't let go of your bandana in your right hand. Grab someone else's that's not on either side of you.
Oh, geez, wait.
Okay.
And make sure you're not sharing two with the same person.
Oh.
Okay, and you can start, you can redo the whole thing if you need to.
No, we're good.
Everybody ready to rock? So here's your deal. You're gonna try to get out of this knot unless you need to let go to start over. And I'll give you hints if you need them. Get to work.
Can't let go.
Yeah, and we have to.
Tell people what you need to be
We need to
successful.
be right next to each
Hold
other.
on.
Erin-
Come over here, Shelley.
I have no idea. Erin, you need to hold him up.
Slow down and speed up.
Hold on, see, hold on.
Okay, Erin, hold on to your.
Can you go?
Yeah.
Wait, he's behind me now.
Okay.
You come over this one.
Okay.
Something's happening.
Oh, there we go.
Uh-oh, I see it.
Here we
I
go,
see it.
here we go.
There we go.
Good job. I like the celebration too. That's part. Let's do the wave real quick. There we go. That's enough of that. That's enough of that.
Oh.
Okay. Give yourself a little go. Take your bandana that's in your right hand. Okay, you all are doing good. I like to move fast because I'm usually got a little short time, so we're gonna move fast. What was one of the keys to your success in that activity? Let's have one conversation. Communication. What else?
Working
Teamwork.
together, yeah.
Okay,
Analyzing the problem, like what was next?
good one, Christine.
Being flexible.
So on that one too, Christine, is just like, I noticed on some of the notes for this is like, how do we funnel down what we need this man to do for our district? What's the obvious, most common sense thing? We've lost a lot of common sense in America. Just what's the most obvious common sense things we need to do? It's so simple to just slow down and speed up when you're stuck. What's just something we can do that's obvious that we need to do? Let's take action on that. I'll be quiet. Let's go. What else was key to your success in that activity?
Taking a first step. Sometimes
Take a
I want
first
to
step.
see the whole end, but you didn't know necessarily how it was. You just take your next step and your next one.
Beautiful.
Next best step.
I needed to understand what the end looked like, but at the beginning, I didn't really understand what the goal was. Like, when you said undo the knot, I was like, well, what does it look like?
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's only in the middle I started to figure out, oh.
Okay, so one thing, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you can call a timeout and ask questions to overcome your assumptions about the project that you're doing.
But I
What
like
does
this,
success look like? How do we know we're doing?
that Dare to Lead, book, all about show me done, right?
Yeah.
What it's gonna look like.
Right.
Good.
When I say be flexible, not be flexible, but like, oh, not that way, back this
Yeah,
way.
back
Mhm.
And being flexible in our decisions of which way we're
And
going.
also trusting, because when she said, come this way, I was like,
I
I
was-
don't know what I'm doing.
Okay.
But
Right.
I want to trust that you know what I'm doing, and so it's basically trusting what someone is
Very good.
recommending.
So here's I always go like, this is my toolbox, and I'm throwing skills in there so I can make my own path in the world. One of the ones I'm gonna challenge you all to do is agree to disagree with each other and love each other. Learn how to agree to disagree and not let that color the future of the group. We just have this disagreement over this one thing. Doesn't mean I still love you, let's still have a great day. We just have that one disagreement. Let's learn how to let it flow, let it go, talk about it, let it go.
We have to accommodate each other, so
Yeah.
when I needed to go over, they went bandana down.
Good. Again, telling people what you need to be successful, right?
Well, and helping each other. Like we didn't do it in silence or like we helped each other.
Good. Perfect. Let's do some more. Stay put, because we're gonna see if you can do this one. And this is, I know Gloria's gonna love this one because it involves her feet. This is, you're just gonna try to pass this bucket around the circle with your feet only. You need to be standing in a circle when you do this. You can't touch this with your arms or hands. And everybody's everybody's foot needs to be placed in it one time. Can I grab your shoulder? So we'll start it like this. You're gonna try to pass it around the circle with your feet only. If it touches the ground or we drop it, we'll just start over. Wherever we drop it or wherever it touches the ground. Any questions on this activity? Who wants to start it?
You need to start. Alan.
You need that for another activity. You can put it in your pocket for a second. Okay, I like that. Here you go.
We're gonna need balance.
people what you need to be successful.
I'm glad I got big feet.
That's all right. Failing forward. Start it over. You're doing good.
I don't know if my feet will not fit in there.
Yes, they
Okay,
will.
let-
I'm just
There you go.
Okay, we're starting right
There we
here.
go. Put it.
Hold it.
Oh, good job.
There we
Who's
go.
that, Gloria?
There
Good
we
job,
go.
Gloria.
Grace got it? Oh, wait. Now we can't. Wait.
There you go, good job.
My foot out.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So we both have big feet, this is gonna be fun.
This is exactly.
You got this. Tell each other what you need.
Okay,
Okay.
there you go.
All right.
One in, one
Want
out.
it lower or higher?
Good one, Christine.
Okay.
That's smart.
Heels.
I got it. Okay, go.
Yeah, twice the shoe.
Okay, got
You gotta keep going. One
Okay.
more.
Oh, that's beginning. You need it lower or do you need it higher?
Try to kick it up and catch it for bonus points if you want to get the bonus points. Just try to kick it up.
Flick it up.
Kick it up. Catch it. There we go. Y'all are pretty good. Hey, let's keep moving. So, Marcus, I'm taking this as I talk into it, probably. I'm putting this right here.
Talk about Mark.
Let's slide this out here for me. Can you help me out, somebody? There you go, thank you. What's your name?
Shade.
That's a great name. Let's go over here. Perfect, right there. Good. All right, good people. I'm gonna keep you moving. Get hyper. I need everyone to get a couple of these puzzle pieces. There's 15, so do the math. Awesome. Okay. This was, it's a training exercise I learned from the Air Force. I worked with them in the desert in Scottsdale. I did a compass course for them, and then they showed me this, and I was like, cool, I'm gonna use it. You have to make as many squares as you can with these puzzle pieces on this table, and you're the only one that can touch your puzzle piece in this activity. And I'd like you to not tell people where to put their puzzle piece unless they're stuck and they go, hey, I need help. So
Making squares.
you're making squares, listen for 1 second, they never need to be manipulated or overlapped or bent. You're just trying to make as many squares as you can with your puzzle pieces. Before you get started, let's ask questions, overcome our assumptions about our activity.
How big do the squares have to be?
Bruce, that was crucial right there. That was a great insight. They're all the same size, Bruce.
All the same size?
Yes, that's a good question. Any other questions?
As many squares as we can, right?
Yes, sir. Now, however, you can't make one and disassemble it and go, that was one.
Yeah.
When you're done, how many can you make with your puzzle pieces?
Put it on the table.
You're the only one that can touch your puzzle piece. I'd like you to not tell everyone where to put theirs unless they ask for
But
it.
I have
we
a
can
question.
communicate otherwise?
Yeah, this is called timeout.
You said not overlapping or like
Yeah,
this?
they don't need to be
Okay.
manipulated or overlapped. Any questions?
Good.
I'll give you 5 minutes, get to work.
Can we just see everybody's pieces?
You should be good at this, you're puzzled.
I think it's one.
So Christine and I can make one, just between
Oh,
the two.
nice, yeah.
I don't know, they're all the same size.
Good sound effects.
If that's too small, and we need to make bigger squares, they won't go together that
Like
way,
right here?
and we'll come apart and figure out how to.
I think it's one. No, does that? No, this is like.
Okay, so this is too small, we won't be able to do more of those.
Okay.
This is you, right?
Do we know that all the squares are the same size?
Yeah, but they all have to be the same size, so this is too big.
This is that.
Actually,
Oh, maybe not.
yeah.
what about?
Another
What
one
about
of
this,
those?
this, hold on,
So that's
this is another one.
Yeah, same size, so that we come back here.
Yeah, that's mine.
There we go.
Is that what it said?
I like all
That's
my
three,
I
that's
just
three.
want to make sure that I'm respecting
Yeah,
the schedule.
that's a like, oh, that's yours, sorry.
So that's the same size as
Yeah.
this? So
Yeah.
now they're all gonna make.
Can we make more than
Y'all are
two?
doing good.
Is that a,
And then we need a.
What about
is that,
these
is
two plus
There you go,
Sade's
no,
little
Sade's.
piece?
Ooh, you guys are good.
that?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, that's three.
Last one.
Um,
Is
right here, and the other way, turn it that way, and then that goes in the middle of
There we
that.
go.
Let's take a baby step back so I can slide in here. Okay, great job. Let's talk about keys. Let's just rewind the tape. When you're debriefing, you talk about what happened, so what, and now what are we gonna do with that information? So what happened after I gave you this activity? I just kind of walked off. What'd y'all start doing?
Talking.
Okay, talking.
We still ended up telling each other where to put stuff.
Okay, good. What was, I heard Aaron say something I thought was pretty insightful. What did he say? Anybody listen to?
Is this square, but size, is this too big or too small?
Begin and just sit. Hold up your pieces.
Yeah, let's just look at the obvious.
Yeah.
What's the obvious thing we need to do next with our time? That's good. Anything else help you be successful?
I hate to do it again. I feel like a broken record, but I'm still thinking of begin with the end in mind. Like we knew we were gonna do squares, but we didn't know exactly what those squares were gonna look like. And I feel like sometimes, especially when you're thinking about a big district, you wanna know exactly what it's gonna look like before you make your first move.
Good one.
And it was, we just started moving, so.
Sometimes you just have to try.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
Well, and Aaron and I realized right away that we could make one right away. It was like, even if that was the wrong one, at least we took the first step.
Right.
Right?
Do something.
Yeah.
Growth mindset. We'll
Yeah.
figure it out. Okay. What do you think the Air Force is looking at when they do this with their, I don't know, cadets or whatever you want to call them? I'm not sure what they're called. Okay.
There's somebody that's grabby and bossy.
Yeah. What else? What else? What do you? What,
Following instructions, like not touching somebody else's. Yeah.
give us some love right there, folks. That's exactly what they're looking at. Did you follow directions? Now let's be honest. Raise your hand if you touched someone else's puzzle piece in this activity. Anybody? Thanks for being honest. I appreciate that. Usually it's about 7 out of 10 people are like, oh. I'm like, okay,
I
raise your hand.
wanted to, but yeah, I kept like.
Yeah. Raise your hand if you told people what to do with their puzzle piece and they didn't ask.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Now, you had to at the end, right?
Yeah.
So what did Gloria do that helped your group at the end? Did you see that?
She figured it out.
By doing what?
Telling me what to do.
And flipping the way you look at it.
I did, yeah, I did.
Yes, let's flip this whole thing upside down and just kind of look at this opportunity from another position,
Right.
you know? So we're gonna put this on the bench for a week and just look at it. We'll just move on to the obvious and do some stuff that's obvious, that's right.
And Sade asked, does anybody have a piece that can go here? Rather than say, hey, your piece would go here, she let somebody else kind of arrive at that
Beautiful.
conclusion and let them. That was great.
Yeah, because people need room to practice their leadership skills, and if you always take the wrench out of their hand, they don't learn how to be the mechanic. Let's keep rolling. How y'all doing?
Yeah, good.
Hey, so it's 9:43. I always bring too much stuff because I just like to have stuff, but I want to see if you can save the world real quick.
Okay, let's do it.
And we can go till 10. It's gonna probably take all the time.
Okay.
You need your bandanas, and then I need you to get with a partner, and I'll give you instructions.
Do they need to have the same color?
Just keep your bandana that you have, and just give with a partner.
There we go.
Okay, okay, it's all good. In your partnership, one of you is a 1 and one is a 2. Figure that out quickly. All right, good people. I need the 1s over here on this side of the valley, the 2s over here.
Do we need to be opposite each
The
other?
1s over here, 2s over here, opposite your partner.
Sorry.
That's okay.
We were talking.
That's, thanks. I see, I looked at it immediately. I like that. That's
We were
awesome.
talking.
Okay, here we go. Listen to the instructions. I'll repeat everything if you want me to. Your challenge is to save the world from hunger. We have a hunger crisis in the world. And the only way to solve it is to get these magical seeds out of this valley, okay? This valley has some poisonous gases in it, okay? So anybody who comes into the valley's got to be blindfolded.
Oh, God.
Okay, go like this. Everybody, build a bridge and get over it. Okay, here we go. Here's the deal. If you want to come into the valley, you've got to be blindfolded. And if you hit these hot spots, you got to drop any seeds that you're holding. Okay? The seeds have to be carried out of this valley to save the world from hunger. And you need 40 of them touching together to germinate. Because they're magical seeds, but they won't germinate unless they're touching together. They need to be taken out of the valley. Here's the gates to the valley, right there and right here. This rope is also a hot spot. While you're doing this activity, if you're walking around, you touch this, you have to drop any seeds. And also, if you touch this rope, you're gonna drop any seeds that you're holding on to. I will be out here spotting you, and I'm gonna have meet you if you wanna help me on this side, that'd be great. So if you're trying to bend over and you're getting the Jimmy leg and stuff like that, we're just gonna say, hey, I'm spotting your shoulder. So we'll spot their shoulder for balance. If you look like you could be falling over.
I'm ready to win this.
Hey, when we do this, there's no jumping or running around in here. It's moving slowly and in control. Also, these things can move during the activity, just throwing it out there.
Oh, yay!
Any questions on this activity? I'll repeat the whole thing if you want me to.
Are we picking up the red and the white?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a team activity?
I don't comment on strategy.
Oh, Aaron.
We're just collecting 40 between all of us?
I don't comment on strategy. The challenge is to collect 40 to save the world from hunger.
Is it like
Okay.
14?
So
40, 40.
Where do they need collectors and
Out the gates.
Alright. Can we move around the perimeter?
That's a great question, Aaron. No. You're gonna, I should have owned that. I didn't. You're not gonna be able to walk on the sides of the valley. These are giant walls, granite walls going up. This is a valley. So you can come in and out of these gates right here. Either team can go in and out of these gates. This is also a hot spot. You could be holding 40 chips and step right here and you gotta drop them all. So slow and in control. Mitchie and I will be spotting you if you look like you're losing your balance. We'll just go like this. Gloria, can you grab your shoulder? We'll just go like this to spot you, to help you. Got it?
However we want to do it.
And you call this a team, so is that a team that gets 40 and this is a team that gets 40?
I'm just giving this group a challenge.
Okay.
Okay, so
So
10 each.
if we just break up into 4 teams and do 10 each, then.
Tons of ways to do it.
Right, so one of us needs to be the communicator, one of us needs to be blindfolded.
It seems to be
Correct.
pretty straightforward, yeah.
Yeah,
So 10 each?
Yeah.
I was going all in.
okay.
If you're doing well, I'll point you to.
No, 10's good, 10's good.
Hold on.
But you can only enter through the
gates.
So I'm gonna give someone some guidance on the outside. I can see, right? I'm not blindfolded.
Yes.
And so rather than me yelling at someone who's on the other side of the wall, can I just give guidance to the person that's,
I don't comment on strategy.
okay? And so rather than me yelling at
So
you
should
on
we
that
change
side of the wall.
partners?
No, that's.
If we're not partners, we're just, it's a strategy.
It's,
That's,
the
Yeah.
thing is the whole,
we were paired.
all
Yeah.
8 of us.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Alright,
Okay.
that's my partner.
Any questions before we begin?
I thought we'd already begun.
Okay, you have, I'm gonna give you 12 minutes to say your
Hold
poem.
on.
12 minutes. You're
Oh my
ready?
gosh, guys, this is
Yeah,
not
you
good.
can stick your side there.
I am not, I'm clumsy when I
And
can't
the
see
rope is
anything.
about 6 inches in
Oh my
length.
God.
So you have to step over it.
Wait, we go now?
Good?
Yeah, go to the
Yep.
left.
Great.
Oh, I just-
There is
Go
one right
Take
under
one
your
step
right
forward
foot.
and don't drag your foot. Yep, go.
I'm already gonna spot your shoulder on
Okay,
this
go
time.
ahead. Okay, bend down and pick up a chip.
Okay. Now,
Straight down,
Oh my gosh.
right,
in front of your left foot to the
um,
side, just
to
make
your
sure
left.
Another one.
am I allowed in?
No,
Now
that's
step.
okay. We're gonna be behind this.
Okay.
Your right foot in
Okay.
front of
So
the left.
now I want you to,
Bring your left foot forward there too. There it
Okay,
is.
make
now
your
you
left
can put it
foot
next to
go,
each other.
come to the right about,
Middle, that one is hot.
yep, I'm gonna tell you when to
So,
stop
yeah,
and
so if
stop.
you wanna squat down just a
I
little.
want you to squat down, and there's a, don't touch the, okay, so right by your right foot, there is a gas bubble. You don't wanna touch, okay? So, I want you to bend down, straight down, like you're gonna do a squat.
Oh my gosh, okay.
You're all right.
Now move your right hand forward.
Okay, I'm gonna spot your shoulder. Now, reach around your right knee,
To the right.
all the way around your knee. Nope, your right knee, not your foot, your right knee. Your right knee, go around, there you go. Now,
Can someone take my
you have to go up and to the right, just a little bit. To the right, to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right. Now up, so go up. Up, 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 up. Up. It's okay, up towards, we're gonna go left, right, chip right there. Okay. stand up.
Okay.
Good.
Hey, y'all, I need to call a quick timeout. Yeah, quick timeout. Keep your blindfolds on, no big deal. I need to own something I forgot to tell you. In addition to dropping your chips if you touch a hot spot, you also will need to leave the valley and then just start again. Just you don't have to wait outside the valley, but you'll just be escorted out of the valley and then start over. Okay, here we go. Keep going.
So, keep your right foot.
But we're not there, we're gonna get everything on the way
Walk,
down.
yep,
So
now
take
meet your
it
left
one
foot
step
where your right foot
over
is.
to
Go
our
ahead,
left.
I got you. Okay, now, bend down, straight down. There's two chips, there's one, right, yep, right there. And there's one to your left a little bit with your right hand. So take your right hand and move it to the left tap. Right in front, right between your knees. Right there, yep. Okay, stand up. Put those in your pocket.
You're doing good.
Step forward again, small
We have
steps,
to, okay.
and stop.
Then I want you to take a baby step forward.
You're gonna
Both, yep, okay. I want you to bend straight down and by your left toe, there's a chip.
To the side of your right foot.
Okay?
Good.
I want you to,
And you need to turn more in that direction.
You do both.
turn to your left a little bit
Now
more.
on your left side,
Okay, stop right there. Now I want you to, take a baby step forward.
No, the other direction.
Stop.
there.
Bend down
Three more inches.
by your
Now
left
step
foot.
forward again.
Keep going.
By your left foot, keep going to the, wait, no, stop for a second.
Left foot.
Move your left hand to the left just a tiny bit.
Okay, so now you're
Okay, now go back towards your body,
There is a
right,
hot spot
go up,
behind you
right,
on your
okay, go
left.
to the
Just
left a
lift
little
it
bit,
up.
and back towards your body.
There's another chip
Stand up.
in front of you on
Okay.
the right.
And a little bit to the right.
Take one
Now
step
take
forward
a
a little
step
bit.
with your right foot.
Okay,
Perfect.
squat down.
Left foot.
Do you want to get some more?
There's one by your right hand, right there.
We're gonna have you kind
You
of
can take a
Okay.
bigger step.
90 degrees to your right.
What else? A bigger
Bend
step.
down,
Great.
right where you are.
I know you're
To
saying
your
bigger.
left, right by your left foot. Your left foot, Anna. Yep, now go to the left a little more. Nope, no, right.
In front of you.
Very good.
Okay, stand up.
And stop. In front of your right foot.
And you're gonna reach it for it with
Take a
your
baby
left
step forward.
hand.
Left hand.
Bend
Left
down.
hand, not your right. 'cause
Right in
there's
front of you, there's two. Right in front of you, there's two. Right in front of you, there's one chip right there. Touch it.
I'm gonna have you come
Okay.
back.
about 3 inches.
So
Pick that up.
pivot towards my
Right there.
waist.
touch her. I'm scared.
You're all right. You're all right. You're doing good.
You got it. Now step.
Bend down right.
Start moving
Bend down.
forward.
A step.
Okay, wait. Okay, right by your right hand. Tiny movements.
Stop.
Feel it? The chip. Yep. Stand up.
Left.
Okay, now
How many do we have?
with your right.
You're
No,
gonna take some small steps
pivot.
forward. And we
There
gotta
you
give
go.
a
Right
small
there.
space.
Take a
Stop.
step.
Good job.
You know you pivot towards me again.
You got like 8.
Okay.
2 feet in the one.
Great.
So,
And small steps
Another
forward.
7 minutes left.
Is there
okay,
Down
so
here, you need to step forward a little bit more.
turn around and face me. Yep, perfect steps. I want you to bend straight down
So move your hand over.
and right by your right foot. Yep, move, no, okay, go,
in the
turn,
right direction.
yep, touch it, yep.
Keep going down.
Nine.
No, the other way.
Okay,
Other way.
one step forward,
No, no, other way, Sade. There you go, right there.
one
Now
tiny
move
step
your
forward.
hand over,
About
One tiny step to your right.
move it over to the left.
Okay, bend down, and it's right by your right
No, the other
foot.
way. That way.
Okay, now wait, I gotta get you out of here. Gotta get you out of the valley.
What do we do now?
Now here's the thing.
Okay, now right there, Sade, on your
I want you to take a baby step forward.
right hand
Now I
down.
want you to turn to your right just a tiny bit. And now I want you to take a baby step forward. Keep going. Keep going.
steps were.
So
Going.
move your
Stop.
hand forward.
Oh, and I take a step to your right.
Move your hand forward right
Another
there.
step to your right. Right there. Now, I want you to lift your right foot kind of high
Any more in this area?
and step
Yes,
out.
but you try one.
You're out.
I have 9 right now.
Okay. So Sade,
Yes.
good pull.
We have 17.
You have 17. Oh, they have 17.
17 in the bank.
Okay,
Sade, right there, you're gonna get all those shoes dropped right there. Take a step forward. So pivot over to your right.
You have 6 minutes left.
Another step forward.
You guys have
10.
Another step forward. Another step forward.
Yep,
another
and
step
Sade's
forward.
gonna collect a bunch of
How
Another
many
step
does she
forward.
already
Now
have?
bend down.
I'm not sure.
Right all right there. You're gonna feel
Feel around.
Move with your right side. And and your right side. It starts with in front of you. There's like 10 right there in front of each other.
And there's two steps.
So move your hands a little bit down right there. There you go. Move your hand to the right about 3 inches, right there. Now move that hand up about 4 inches.
We have 5 minutes left in this activity.
Now I'd say move your hand over to the left. Right there you have 1, and then you're gonna. So hold on. So there's right there near that right hand. Move it over to the right. Up. Up. There you go. You have another one right there where you just got that one. There's 2 more about 2 inches to the right. Right there. And there's another one in that same spot about another inch to the right. There you go.
So now I have 20, right?
Okay, good.
I have 20.
Okay, wait.
So we're done? Okay. So now we're gonna turn around facing my voice.
Okay.
And we're gonna try to get you out without hitting a landmine, okay? So you're gonna walk straight towards me. And we have about, do we have enough? 3 feet to walk straight, so you can take a little bit bigger step, or if you wanna do a little one, that's okay. That's okay.
Just be patient with me.
You're good.
Bruce, Aaron, we have 140, right?
Just keep
I'm
going
telling
on
you
the
when you
side.
start getting close, okay?
17, 10.
We have 17.
17, we have 10, how many do you have?
Okay, keep going.
Wait,
I
wait.
have 20.
She has 20.
Okay, so we're good.
Yeah, so you just need to get her on
1,
the
2, 3.
No, you're good.
Okay.
No,
Don't count them right
Just
now.
come on, I think you're good.
You're good.
I'm gonna try
Just do
to.
it right away.
Take 1 step over to your right. Now come forward.
I'm so glad you were giving directions, because I'm not very good at that.
Don't put yourself down.
No, I'm not. But no, I would have had Christine all over there.
So you're getting
Go over there,
area
move
where
there.
there's a few landmines, and so we're gonna take small baby steps and just like left and right and stuff.
3 minutes. Remember what success looks like.
Is there, am I close to any right now?
Yes, you're in between, one on each side, but I say when I say in between, you have like, about 8 inches on each side. So
Do I
you're
need to
gonna-
put one foot in front of the other, or do I just keep going?
Right now, go ahead and keep coming forward. Does she have to exit here or anywhere?
Through here, guys,
Through the gates. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So what I'd like you to do is, you're gonna pivot, take a step, no, sorry, stay where you are. Move your left foot, take a step to your left, to the side, Yeah, but not that much. No. Just a little bit, right there, and now move your other foot with it. And then now take a step forward, little bitty steps forward,
Let me know when you're ready.
steps forward, little ones, keep going,
Okay,
you're
so
good,
step right.
you're good,
Stop.
you're good.
I feel like, is there a rope?
No, you're not near the rope yet. You're, now you're gonna pivot your whole body towards my voice just a little bit.
Forward.
We have like 2 more
Now,
minutes,
baby steps forward,
You do that.
start with the left foot.
Keep going just a little.
Your-
This is delicate.
Sorry, right foot, sorry,
Okay.
right foot.
Keep
Your
going.
right foot, your left foot is real close to a landmine,
Stop.
okay? So I'm gonna ask you,
Pivot about 10
yes,
degrees right.
get move that direction,
Okay,
and
go
now
again.
take a step forward,
Can I still?
Alright, pretty clear.
take a step forward,
No, just keep
straight forward,
girl.
come on,
And
little steps forward
Stop.
this direction,
pivot
keep going.
20 degrees left.
Now you're good, now you're
A
coming
little too
straight the
much.
direction you're coming.
Forward.
And just stay that same path that you're on right now.
And stop.
Keep going. Keep going, keep going, you're good,
No,
you're good, there's nothing
you're
wrong, just keep coming now. Now,
Feet
coming.
together.
30 seconds left in this activity.
Feet together.
Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna pivot your whole
Pivot.
body
30
towards my
seconds
voice.
left.
Take little steps
Forward.
forward, little steps
Stop.
forward. Now don't stop. The
10 degrees
green
right.
rope is right in front of
much.
you, and so you're gonna take a big
Forward.
step.
Small
got you.
stop.
Big step,
Forward.
go
Yes,
over,
right.
and put your foot down.
Forward.
I got you.
Now do the same with your other foot.
Go. You got it.
Stop.
Big
Big
steppers.
steps.
Am I done?
Yes, you're done.
You give really good directions.
Seriously.
Really good directions.
Good
That
driver.
10
I want
that
to give
10
people, let's
degrees,
circle
10
up
degrees.
around our little list of making amoeba around our rectangle.
Yeah,
Robotics.
yeah.
Pilot.
Right.
Circle up here.
Yeah, let's just bring it in real quick. Let's just kind of bring it in where we can communicate. That's fine.
Oh, I think they're over there in the chair.
So real quick, y'all are cutting it pretty close. And I don't know
Oh,
if
we hadn't realized
right?
No, this is Anna's glasses. Do you need your glasses?
You have to be touching.
Yes.
And we had 17 over here. That's why I came across.
Okay. Let's give this, tell me your name. Alexis. Let's give her some love. Because I usually just let it go and everybody's all happy at the end and like, we got 38. And they're like, we got 27. I'm like, you both lose. Good job. Because you didn't listen to the instructions of what does success look like. Good job. Okay, what else? Y'all are really, I want to give you props. You're really good communicators. A lot of times people are blowing up right and left in this game. Let me ask the people that were listeners. If you were blindfolded, let's just pick your brain real quick. What was that experience like for you? What did you have to do to be successful and be blindfolded?
You had to, trust, listen, and follow directions.
But you had to listen for the voice that you needed to follow directions for and kind of mitigate the noise.
Difficult at the end.
Yeah.
So you have to
Because the
mitigate
program
the noise and focus on the most obvious.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good stuff. But was there two-way communication going on? Yeah, there was a lot of clarification. What's a step? Take a step.
Right.
How big's a step?
Right.
Okay.
And it had to be broken down, like left foot, right foot. It was like really, really broken down. Not, like you said, just
Not
like
just a step, like take a step with your left foot.
So if we're real succinct with our communication skills, we're not gonna aggravate people, because they don't get us, right? Oh yeah, glasses. Good job.
Like,
Good
in there
memory.
somewhere.
So we were a good pair because
Yes.
our communication, I understood when he said pivot 10 degrees left, that I got that, right? So that's not always, you don't match, if I don't understand his directions, then that's a problem.
Good one.
Doesn't matter how good they are.
Right. And also, I noticed you guys were in control, slow and in control. A lot of times people want to attack a project and they're like, take a step. Slow down to speed up when you're working with this many people, right?
And I think it helped whoever drunk, was it you that dropped the 10? Somebody, you, so, okay.
But it
So,
helped you.
but I was, yeah, I was right where I was.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Good
that's-
strategy.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna try to quit on time. I'm ready, overtime, like 17 minutes. And I'm taking people climbing in Wimberley, and then I'm going to a party. Yeah, long day.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Y'all are awesome. It's so nice to meet you. So this is like, just to let you know, forming, storming, norming, performing, transforming. When people leave a group, you transform. There's a million activities, and a lot of these activities I didn't get to are more advanced problem solving. So I will help you anytime you guys want to just throw little experientials into your meetings. Don't hesitate to ask. But I've been honored to work with you. If you ever want to go climbing, I'll take you climbing.
It's so fun.
We'll do that. It's all good. Whatever y'all want to do, I'll be here for you.
We've got a statue.
And I accept help in my life, so if you all will help me clean this up, then I gotta get on the road. Give yourself some love first of all. Thanks, Bruce. Appreciate you.
Look how fast we did that together.
See, that would have taken me about 45 minutes.
Makes the dream work.
You were some Mysteries band kid, right?
Oh, yeah.
I love that. I love that group.
Where do we, now I'm turning into a theater mom. I've got a,
Theater
my
mom.
youngest is,
Fun.
my youngest is doing the fly rail for Mulan. We're very excited.
Board members, it's 10:02. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. So we're going to put the 10-minute countdown timer on our clock. Mark has it ready for us. We'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back. All right, board members, I also heard the alarm go off over on your side, David. So we will be getting back together. We're in our agenda item. We've moved out of our team building exercise and into the continuous improvement. We've got tools we're going to talk about, a PDSA cycle. So I'll just let you carry us away. Not too far away.
Great. Good morning, everyone. That was really poor. And, you know, we can't have a quality organization with a poor response like that. So what would be a characteristic of a high quality response if I said good morning and boom, we had a response that you said, man, that's awesome. What's a characteristic of that? Enthusiasm. Volume.
Everybody together.
Synchronized response. Yes, I like that.
She was laughing, sorry, I was taking a bite.
So not eating while you.
Anything else? All right, so we got a highly synchronized response with volume and enthusiasm, right? Let's try this one more time. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, a little better. So, but it just goes to show you that people can always improve when they understand the measures by which they're being judged. And if you don't actually plan for quality and improvement, that's exactly what you're going to get. You're not going to get quality and improvement. So I wanted to start this morning just doing a little bit of follow-up on some things we were talking about last night, and I got a couple of comments on the parking lot, which is really good. And I don't want to have any misconceptions about pay for performance and motivation and those kinds of things. So I just wanted to start with a little segment on getting a little deeper into motivation. One of the things that was so impressive to me about Dr. Deming is that he grew up in poverty in a one-room log shack in Powell, Wyoming, and born in 1900. And from that became one of the world leaders. So to me, it's just a major transformation of what can happen to anybody at any time. So you thought you were done with the team building kind of stuff. We're going to do a bunch of role playing this morning that are going to involve you guys and have you actually participate. So class, the new state TEKS came out, and new requirement is what we call stand-up class. And that's your ability to stand up well. It's been determined that's a major skill important to Texas. So we're going to do a little pre-test here, see how we're doing, have everybody stand up. Yeah, see, no wonder we have to require this as a skill, you know. It wasn't very good. You can sit back down again. So, I don't know, class, you know, I went to this seminar with this guy named Langford. He said we should be asking the students, how can we do a better job? So what do you think, students? How can we do a better stand-up? We could all do it together.
Chair's not rolling.
Chair's not rolling. Okay. What else?
Listen.
Could listen.
I was not paying attention, sorry guys.
Okay. Anything else?
Be ready.
Be ready. All right. So what does be ready mean? So
Well,
What-
put my stuff down.
Like this.
put your stuff down.
I'm ready.
Yeah, get your chairs set. Okay, well, let's try that. Get your chair set, be ready. Here we go. And stand up, and then down. All right, but now we have the STAR test. How many can you do in 1 minute? Ready? Up and down and up. Come on. So what's the deal? Why'd you all quit?
My legs hurt.
Rolly, I'm scared of falling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fear of falling.
So seriously, why'd you all quit? It's pointless. Already know how to do this. Maybe you had bad knees.
Why should we show you again?
Show you once. Why should I show it again? Gosh, have you ever heard kids say any of those things? Yep. About testing and processes and things like that. So when we talk about motivation, I really want to make the distinction about satisfiers and motivators, right? And pay is a tremendous satisfier. You can be very excited to get paid well in a job and you're moving up, etc. However, your motivation from the job comes from the job itself. So the first thing I want to share with you today is Hertzberg's study on motivation, how to motivate employees. And can we get that to project? There we go. Maybe just a bit difficult to see. Could you give me some batteries for that, maybe? But I love this article, One More Time, How Do You Motivate Employees? Hertzberg's been doing these studies for like, okay, thanks, awesome. Is that working? There we go. He's been doing these studies for almost 40, 50 years, and employees of everything from schools, churches, businesses, military, and one more time, you know, what motivates people? And regardless of the sectors, economic levels, anything else, the results always continually come out the same. So on the right-hand side, you have the degree to which people say, okay, this factor leads to some degree of motivation on the job or satisfaction on the job. And so you can see even in the number one thing, people saying achieving on the job, making breakthroughs, feeling like I'm accomplishing something, doing something of value, leads to a high degree of satisfaction. But for some people, it's not nearly as high as a satisfier on the job. And then you come on all the way down till we get down to salary. Yes, you have to make enough money, and yes, you have to be able to survive. And if I don't make enough money here, I'm going to have to go someplace else where I can make enough money. But the degree which you can use that for a motivator is so small in relationship to the things you could be working on, like recognizing people and the work itself and responsibility and achievement and those factors, advancement within that. It's not worth the effort to try to put that in as a way to try to motivate people to do well on the job. And as we heard Dr. Deming talk about last night, I would love to double every teacher's salary in the country because they're worth it. And I would do it in a minute if we could. But you wouldn't achieve one level of performance better, except that people would be happier and have newer clothes and a better car to drive. So, which is fine, which is a great thing, and keep them more satisfied in staying in the profession. Right now, the average person leaves the education profession after 7 years, which is really sad.
I wanted to add something. I'm not sure of the date on these, but TASB has some data on this as well. And what it shows is that salary is in one of the top indicators, and it's increased in...
With the pandemic?
No, like over the last 20 years. And I think that some of this historically, we used to, the way our country was set up, like people stayed with the same company their entire life, right? And there was a lot of loyalty back and forth. I knew that that I could work in that company my entire life and they would take care of me. But I do think it's more than just buying nice clothes, as it's paying rent and it's
living. It's satisfaction on the job.
And it's putting kids through college, and so a lot of data that is relevant to us as school board trustees, a lot of the survey data that is on TASB's website about motivation and employee retention shows that salary is an indicator. And I think for us as trustees, over the last few board meetings, we've had a lot of employees, lots of employees come and talk to us that we need adjustments in salary, and we love this job. And we love this. I mean, we've had our cafeteria employees come and tell us how much they love being here and, you know, the joy it is to feed children and to do Thanksgiving lunch and all that. But they can't live on that wage, and they have to have a part-time job. And so I think for me, it's kind of touchy because I don't want it to feel insulting to our employees when we say this. And yesterday, some of our employees saw the presentation and they were just like, oh, I think that's the same thing that our supervisors have been telling us in maintenance and cafeteria for the past 10 years here in LISD. And we are feeling like it's very important that y'all know that we do love and we are satisfied with the work that we do. I mean, they love it. I think our teachers, and when all of these employees come and talk to us, they go up there and they tell us how much they love the job, right? They don't say, I hate this job, take this job and shove it. They're telling us, I love this job, I love this district, I love what I do. I just need to learn, I need to earn a living wage.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think we're making the same argument. I don't think it's dichotomous at all. That it's exactly right that people have to be paid enough to be able to stay in a job that they love. Otherwise, they'll leave a job to go find something else because those are just life skills. So, but it doesn't negate the fact that pay doesn't motivate people to do a better job. How do you get a better job? It comes mostly from the system itself. I find this really interesting that the company and administration is often a bigger dissatisfier than it is a satisfier on the job. So it's just powerful things to think about.
Well, I think it's both, right? So I think we've always been like that in this district. We've always pledged to try to be at the top of the salary scale if at all possible, because that does show value for our employees. But at the same time, I think we've also pledged to really say we want the work environment to be the very best place so that you want to come here so that you can do the best work you can. So I think you have to have both. You know, it struck me when you were talking about Alaska yesterday and Mount Edgewood. Did I say that right?
Edgecombe.
Edgecombe. You know, they started the school and then they paid these people all that money, but they didn't initially build the other half of that, the environment that was conducive to doing good work. But when you bring both of those together, then you can really be successful. So I think that's what we're striving to do, is bring both together.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of magic that happens within our buildings and within our system. And, you know, the situation we are in right now, I mean, it's such a, you know, we're a fast growth district. The growth is coming, regardless of what anybody thinks. It's coming. People are coming. And now you add Samsung to the mix and Tesla to the mix and HP and Apple and all of those tech companies. They're going to expect a quality education for their kids. And they're going to expect their teachers to not have to have 2 and 3 jobs. And that, and have maybe workers that, you know, can do the job that they love and not be, have to see signs down the street and a teenager going to make more money than they do, putting their heart and soul into the job that they're doing. So that's where I struggle. I think, and we've talked about this internally too, is to, you know, how do we make sure that we balance that happiness with the ability to live and pay their bills and do all the things that they need to be able to do.
I think it's important that we move on with the training. I think I would make 2 points, or maybe just 1 point. Maybe they're related. I don't think there's anything here that says adequacy in salary is not important, right? It is. The question is, once we've achieved that level, does adding more money to the equation actually produce a better result? And I think the data says generally it's other things that are going to produce a better result than salary at that point, once you've achieved that sufficiency. So I think we have a unique case in part of our, and not just Leander, right, in the region or in the industry. You know, there are some unique challenges in parts of our staffing and salary. So Setting that aside, I think the principles here are fairly evident, and they've been stable for a long, long time.
Yeah, you know, the amount of money that you get to spend on salary is just a fact of life. And it's something that you have to work within. And you can't just wave a magic wand and suddenly just change all that. So.
Well, and I know we need to move on, but I also don't think this precludes us as a board to keep asking, how can we increase our workforce? How do we help salary? And we're going to need to most likely do that at the legislative level as well. So as board members, I think you think about these in all these levels, but that doesn't mean I'm getting more money from my teacher and that way they'll be motivated to do a better job.
Right.
That's not the equation.
Right.
We're going to get them more money, or we want to work to get them more money because it's the right thing to do, because when they're there, they can be there for our kids, right? And so that's kind of where I kind of see the connections, yeah.
Yep, great. So the question that I would have is, you know, well, what do we do instead if we're not going to use like extrinsic motivators to try to extrinsically motivate people to do a better job? You know, what do you do instead? Well, Deming talked a lot about intrinsic motivation versus extrinsic motivation, right? And it's the same way in a classroom. Do you motivate kids with games, trinkets, while fun, et cetera, is that really the thing that's going to motivate them to learn at higher and higher levels? So I want to just spend a little bit of time getting you to think about, you know, what I've taught Leander for 30 years now, intrinsic motivation and how do you create those intrinsic kind of motivating environments. So you have a chart in front of you that oddly enough says intrinsic motivation on it. So I just find this topic so fascinating from the standpoint of a teacher in a classroom, but it's also in management of an organization or management of a school, et cetera. And I've just been researching it for over 40 years and looking at the brain research correlated, et cetera. And all of it keeps coming back to these very same factors. So if you start moving away from extrinsic motivators or thinking that that's going to motivate people to do a good job, especially in a learning environment, what leads to high degrees of motivation where kids really get engaged and want to be part of what they're doing? So there's basically 5 factors that have never failed me over the last 35 years of working with schools. And I've worked with some of the most decrepit schools in the world that you can imagine, where, you know, I was in Brazil and they built a brand new school that had a single light bulb in the center of the room and no plug-ins. And I said, well, why didn't you put plug-ins in? And they said, we don't have any hope of buying something to plug in. And that was the environment that they were working in. But they can still have an intrinsically motivating environment for learning in that kind of environment. So the area of control or autonomy, control maybe not be the right word nowadays, but do you have autonomy or some degree of control over your job or over the classroom? And the way you get those is more and more knowledge about what's going on within the classroom. What is the curriculum? Am I doing my own self-evaluation instead of being evaluated? From brain research, we know that when you put things in maps or patterns, et cetera, the brain responds much more positively about what's going on. And am I seeing those maps and patterns of what's happening? Do I have a high degree of choice? So in a classroom, if I just get to choose between doing this project and that project, that's a degree of choice. Versus me saying, do this project, and if you don't do it right, you know, something bad's going to happen to you, okay? So every time I add an element of choice, I get much more ownership from people within that process. Also, is the learning just in time? Do I know why I'm getting this learning? Why is this happening here? And how is this relevant to me? The more I understand that, the more I'm going to feel in control of what's going on and what's happening. And is time flexible? In most of education, we make time rigid, but we make learning flexible. So learning any old amount of this that you want, as long as you do it by Friday. And if it's not in by Friday, then bad things are going to happen to you, kind of a thing. We have deadlines. You're going to be dead on Friday if you don't get this in. But that's not brain compatible. That's not one of the 5 areas of profound knowledge. The neuroscience says that everybody learns at different speeds and in different ways and works through things. So more a system starts to adapt to that and creates learning environments where kids can do that, you see performance go up, sometimes astronomically. That time is more flexible. Doesn't mean you make standards flexible, but if you make time flexible, you get more and more kids reaching higher and higher levels of standards. We talked a little bit yesterday about cooperation. Deming talked about that as well. When you're a highly cooperative group, there's an endorphin released in your brain. You may have experienced that in your team building this morning, right? You suddenly start to feel good about, oh, this feels good, right? That's that endorphin release in your brain that actually makes you feel good about being with the people that you're working with, et cetera. There's natural versus forced cooperation, right? So we had some forced cooperation this morning, right? And we kind of forced you to come back there, but we're actually inviting you to come back and being part of those kinds of things. And you always have the option to not be a part of that, right? You can watch, you can do other kinds of things to help support the team, to help support the group. When I started introducing team building exercises in Leander in 1992, it was kind of heresy. And even to get people out of their seats and doing something was like out of this world. And let alone doing high ropes courses and low ropes courses and all those kinds of things. And now it's just like sort of a part of Leander's culture and the way of thinking, which is awesome. But you're inviting people to be a part of stuff versus forcing people to do stuff. The more that you are in teams, and you get the opportunity to be in teams and work. But you can have forced teams as well, right? You, and you get over there and start cooperating. Not a good scenario, right? You won't get good results. I remember my son, when he went to college, he had to get the dean to exempt him from the forced teams he was being in his business classes, because he couldn't stand that he was the only one that he felt like it was getting anything done in the team, and everybody was letting him do it. And he said, I'd rather just be a team of one. Well, there's a team of one, right? And when you have a choice to be in a team of 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, and you're teaching people how to be in a team, you get more intrinsic motivation on the job. So the area of support, and that's where you guys come in big time. Are you supporting people in what they do? Are they getting feedback? Are people allowed to fail forward in what's happening? Is there sharing going on? And sometimes that takes massive role changes in how people think about the job that they're doing. In failing forward, I always give the example that of my 5 kids, they all learned to walk whether we helped them or not, but we liked helping them. It was good for us, right? It was motivating for us. And once they could stand them up over here, and then my wife would get over there and she's saying, come on, you can do it, right? And then they toddle about 3 or 4 steps to begin with and fall back on their little bums. And what do we do as parents? My wife and I both have education degrees and worked in the education field for years. You know, that say yay and pick them up. That, you know, we gave them Fs, right? Yeah. They had a task to do, and they clearly failed it, right? So any parent would know that somebody that would do that to a child should be reported to child abuse or something, right? You're going to end up with a child that doesn't know how to take on challenges and make breakthroughs and move on. And that's what fail forward actually means. The concept came up last night as fall forward, I think, in our meetings and stuff. And it's the same thinking, same kind of process of working that through. The challenge has to be there, has to also be correct, right? Challenge too high, you get frustration. Challenge too low, you get boredom and people going to sleep, etc. Really, the only people that can gauge that level of challenge are the students themselves. And so the more you're putting people in a situation where you're challenging them to challenge themselves and to think, how far can you go? What can you do? You didn't do this last time. Can you make a new breakthrough this time, right? And as a teacher, I often would set the challenge too low because I wanted everybody to achieve it, right? Or I was afraid that if I set it too high, I'd have people quit and work through. But when I shifted that and I had students challenging themselves, what can you do with this project? What level can you take this through? We got levels of performance and achievement I just never thought were possible before within that. And then finally, from brain research, we understand that the meaning network in everybody is vital. You know, is this learning relevant? Do I have a vision and a purpose of why I'm doing this? And that's why, as you know, we create vision and purpose statements for an organization, et cetera, to have people have that level of belonging and work through that. I actually want you just to pair up for 3 or 4 minutes and have a discussion about these kinds of things and what do you think about that and what would you add to the list. So. You can have 3, that's right. Okay, just one more minute, just kind of wrap up. So tell me some stuff, either rebuttals or questions or additions, or what were your observations?
We noticed relationships were something we didn't see just coming off the page, like where we would put it, that relationships are really and vital and important, making that connection to people and each other.
So we had a big conversation because we agreed with you, like your opening statement of control is not the right word these days. And so we really felt empowerment is the word that we tend to use a lot in our system. And so when you're empowering that student to own their learning, then you see better results, right? It's not just giving them control, but it's just empowering them so they own it and they can pick their passions and dive deeper in the categories that they want.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think our discussion, maybe like relationships, focused on themes that may build out cooperation and teams and teamwork a bit. The importance of contributing to others and achieving together, and competition as a group that brings people together and that sort of thing, being important themes, and feeling accountability to that group for your contributions. Some of that starts to step into some extrinsic stuff, and so not having a comparison document for extrinsic motivators. We weren't sure if we were stepping out of truly intrinsic, but it's the desire in that team environment to do your part and to help others.
Yeah, you just experienced that in your team building exercises. That the aim was to get everybody through it and to accomplish the tasks as a team together. And when you do that, everybody wins. So what else? Good comments.
I think sometimes we talk a lot about voice and choice, which is in that control empowerment piece, but then we stop there. So I like the fact that this is much deeper than that. It has many more layers than that in intrinsic motivation. And one of those is in challenge, and it often comes up that we're maybe losing academic rigor and challenge, but that is part of what's in there, and so I like that piece too.
Yeah, the amazing thing is that when you sort of unleash students, they're able to challenge themselves at a level that the system normally doesn't challenge them within that. So Yeah, this whole thing about autonomy, I was just thinking back, it must have been about 10 or 12 years in, working with Leander, that I got a call from your State Department, State Board of Education actually, and they said, hey, we'd like you to come and testify at the State Board about how you're tampering with our schools. That was my joke. So, and I said, well, I won't come unless I can bring a bunch of my friends. And they said, what are you talking about? And I said, I won't come unless I can bring kids to testify who are doing this. And so I called Tom Glenn, and he said, yeah, we'll bring some kids. So we brought a kindergarten class to the state board meeting, and you all maybe been to those things in the teak-lined boardroom, and all the board members sitting on thrones, and here we have all these kindergarten students testifying about what they were doing in their classrooms and how they're using flow charts and tools to make decisions and working through things. And I'll never forget, one of the board members said, well, it seems like you have a great amount of autonomy and control in your classroom. And all the little kids were like, and he said, well, if you're doing all this stuff on your own, I mean, you're coming into class and just knowing what to do and getting busy and you know, doing the stuff that you're supposed to do, what's your teacher doing? And I'll never forget, this little boy grabs a microphone and looks at this board member and says, the teacher's not in the closet, you know. And there's about 300 people in the audience. He heard all this massive whispering. What's he talking about? What's he saying? See, he knew that his teacher was allowing this and coaching them and enabling them to take this level of responsibility. And he's giving her full credit. But it doesn't just happen on its own. That's what Deming was talking about. It takes leadership to take people to that level, even in a classroom or a whole district moving forward. So, good stuff. Anything else? Any other?
I just think one more thing is the reflective piece, the metacognition of thinking about how you think and looping that back again always. And I see that working, in these cycles, these PDSA cycles that I see happening in our classrooms with our kids. That's one piece that really makes a difference. Once you put that storyboard up and you start thinking about the process you've been through and then going, okay, so now how do we make that even better the next time we do that? I think that's important.
Yeah, absolutely. So. All right, we're going to do a little role playing, and I'd like you to role play as my class this morning, class. And class, unfortunately, today is our standardized achievement test day, and don't have to worry, don't fret. Yeah, you're all well prepared. I'm sure you're all going to do really well in this. But not only is it our standardized achievement test day, but it's my observation day as well. And the administrators are going to be in just a couple of minutes to observe, but I don't want you to freak out, when you see the admin come in and watch what's happening. They're really here to watch me do my lesson and go through that. So, so I need my 3 administrators to come up. Here they come now. And I need to know who would like to be assistant principal today? You assistant, okay. Who would like to be principal today?
I'll be principal.
Okay, and well, Dr. Grisham, newly anointed, be our superintendent, right? So let's get you in order because we have a chain of command here, right? Okay. Now, last year, my evaluation, I didn't get a very good evaluation, and I'm really into pedagogy and andragogy and just a whole list of other gogies. And I noticed that in my evaluation, you missed a lot of the gogies that I had in the lesson. So, Laura Lynn, especially you, I'm going to point out as we go along the gogies, so make sure that you get those recorded and go through that. So, all right, class. It's not very difficult. This is just a basic level skill that the state's determined that you all have to master, right? And basically, the test today consists of basically 2 objectives. To recognize the letter F, okay, and be able to count Fs, right? Now, we're not talking about any kind of, Arabic Fs or Chinese Fs or anything like that. We're just talking about good old printed Texas Fs, right? Not even cursive Fs that we're going to be looking for today, right? So this is one type of letter that we're going to be looking for. So if you saw this class, you'd know right away this is what? Yeah. Okay. The other one you're going to be looking for is this, right? Okay. So what do we have here, class? All together. Guided practice. That's right. And teaching to the objective. You know, I already got that. It's part of the TEKS, right? Now, we don't just find these Fs out wandering around in society by themselves, do we, right? We don't see billboards with just Fs on them like that, right? They're often in combinations of other letters. So you might find a word that looks like this, right? And so if you looked at that and saw that, you'd know right away this is what? Okay. Sometimes they'll be at the beginning of words, sometimes they'll be at the end of words. Ooh. Because that says of, you wouldn't think that's a V, right? Class, you'd know this is what? F. So if your job was to count Fs, right, you'd say this is, you saw another one, that would be 3, 4, and so on and so forth, right? Right? So not too difficult, and I'm sure you all do really well with this. It's a skill that we've worked on this year anyway, you know, over and over, so this test should be easy. These guys should all master this easily. So the state, in their infinite wisdom, has now gone to a state, and we've even gone national in our testing process because we couldn't trust schools to do it anymore by themselves, right? So in just a moment, what's going to happen is that President Biden is going to open a hermetically sealed envelope. In that envelope is a disk made by our computer technology, never before seen by human eyes, right? He's going to take that disk and he's going to put it into a player and broadcast over secure military satellite. There's going to be a paragraph that's going to come up on the screen, and your job will be to count the Fs. That's right, okay? Now, always when we take these standardized tests, we do a practice test correctly, correct? So, because we don't want you to be, you know, surprised by the test or anything like that. Okay, so get your F hats on, right? And ready? And what's your job? All right, let's see how you do on the practice test. See it, how easy that is? This has all been normed. This test has been normed. Norm took it this morning. He said it was great, so we're all good with that. So, class, how many of you in that test saw 5 Fs? Okay, good. How many of you thought there were only 4 Fs? Okay, you people are wrong. So when you get to the real test, you're going to have to try a whole lot harder than that. Okay, within that. So you saw what that's like, right? Pretty simple. All right, now we have a standardized form for recording results. Do you already have it, or is it? Oh, there we go. Well, the office didn't have these printed and prepared in time, so yeah, yes. Go ahead and hand those out. Yeah.
It wasn't my fault, it's the principal. I gave them the budget I remember that.
All right, so in the upper left-hand corner, you see there's a place to put your name, right? So go ahead and put your name there. And today's date is the 11th of December, or you can just put today. That'll work too. So, and then it says score, right? But you don't have a score because you haven't actually taken the test that's going to determine your future, right? So we've got to make sure that we get that pretty clear. Okay, class, we also have grading scale. Not only is this part of our STAR test and you're going to get a score that'll rank you amongst people your age all across the state of Texas and even the nation, but we have a grading scale here. So if you want an A, you're going to have to count all of the Fs, right? You got to get them all right. If you only want a B, you can only miss one. We got very strict standards here, okay? C equals, oops, sorry. Tris was looking at me quizzically, so. C, 2, a D, 3, and you're going to get an F if you miss 4 or more. But the objective is not to get an F, is it? It's to do what? To count Fs, right? I don't want you to be confused about the objectives, right? Now, Lauren, this is such a bright class, and only got 8 kids. So, you know, we're trying to get class sizes down and improve performance and all that kind of stuff. So I'm pretty sure everybody's going to get an A on this. It's just such a simple task. We don't want to spend too much time on it moving ahead. So anybody have any questions? As soon as you count the F's in the test, you're going to write your score where it says score, personal score in the upper left-hand corner. Now, don't worry about everything else on that page, class. That's for office use only. So don't panic about that. So, any last questions before we determine your future?
Yeah, how do we fill this out?
You don't. You just, on the upper left-hand corner, all you do is write your score in. That's all you got to do. So, see how simple that is? We've been dumbing these tests down for years just to, you know, get the performance up, and so, all right. No more questions? All right. Here we go. Your job is to do what? All right. And I'll give you just a moment here to think about your future. Whoop. Sorry, that was the practice test. Don't worry, that was the practice test. Here's the real test. There we go. No talking. Just write your score in the upper left-hand corner of your standardized form. So let's kind of see how we did here. Aaron, how'd you do? How many Fs did you count?
25.
25. That's a lot of Fs, right? Yeah. You tried hard, right? Yeah. That must be the right answer or close to it. Or yeah. How many other people got 25 Fs? Yeah. See. Yeah. With that. So, anybody else? Let's see. Have a different answer. Sadie, how many did you get?
I got 25.
You got 25 too, so, oh.
30.
Okay, all right. So I happen to know the right answer because I am the teacher, right? And I know all the right answers. The right answer in this case is 38. Quiet. No whining in this class.
I'm owning it. I'm falling for it.
So let's see how we did here. So class, how many A's did we get? How many people counted 38? We have no valedictorian of F, so unbelievable. Anybody just missed one? You got 37? No? 2? 3? All right, raise your hand if you got an F. It's unbelievable. I better have my administrators come on up here. Come on up. So, Laura Lynn, I went to that Langford thing you sent me to. You know, I got the kids to talk about stuff, give me input, all those kinds of things. I did all the did you get all the Gajis down? Yes, I got this. So if I was getting all the Gajis down, you know, what happened? Why are all the kids failing?
Great question.
Yeah.
You seem to have taught them. I don't know why they didn't learn.
Yeah, it's got to be just poor motivation, poor attitude, yeah, things like that, you know. All right, so.
You know, our kids are pretty poor here, so.
Yeah, well, you know, your job basically is to evaluate Laura Lynn. Was she doing the observation correctly? And
Yeah, she was
yeah,
watching pretty good.
she was watching pretty good. So if she was doing her job and I was doing my job, clearly, right? Then, you know, why are all the kids failing?
Yeah, it's got to be their fault.
Got to be their fault somehow. It's their fault. So.
It's their parents, I think.
Dr. Grissom. So. You were brought into this district to remedy this situation, change this, shake things up. We did a national search to find a new superintendent. All we could find was you. But nonetheless,
Here I am.
here you are, right? So, you know, we have, you know, your administrators are saying, yeah, everything's fine, and, you know, kids have got to be the problem. And so, you know, your principal, you were out here observing your principal for the very first time in your career. I know. Was she doing her job?
Well, she was observing, although we didn't have the resources.
We didn't have enough resources. So even though we have like $14 million worth of technology in this room, so need more resources. Anything else that?
So I'm just wondering, maybe I need to be out here more.
Maybe it's time for a new principal.
Might be.
Shake up this situation.
Might be.
I'll take the job.
So.
That bus just went by.
But she was observing.
Yeah.
Laura Lynn. Laura Lynn was observing you.
So we have the master worker watching the worker, watching the worker, watching the worker, watching the worker's work.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
everybody doing their job. So,
Yes.
all right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, administrators. We're actually going to try to figure out, you know, what just happened here. What did we do, and why aren't we getting the scores that we want to get? So now we're going to use the part for office use only. And you'll notice down in the lower left-hand corner of your sheet, there's a place to record scores, right? So, just for fun, that this is not actually going to determine your future. You guys are lucky, right? We're going to get the scores and figure out what we did here. Now, I took the test when you did, and I counted 38, so I know it's possible. So, right? Yeah, yeah. So we'll start over here with Sadie. How many did you count, Sadie? 25. And then 26. And then 25. 19.
33.
33. 25.
30.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, I need you to record the scores as well on your sheet. So.
That's right. And 31.
And 31. How about my administrators? How did you guys do?
There was
Oh, 30. Then 31. Assistant principal got what? 25. What about you guys?
I was too busy watching that assistant principal.
Oh.
And I was watching her.
Yeah, so, all right. Did you take the test?
There were 29.
29 is the... Okay, so get your scores there, and then you can put in the sum. I added up the scores, and it's 62, and the mean score was, that can't be right.
Some has to be more than 62.
Oh, I know what I did, yeah. I put them in the wrong place, so. That's more like it. Okay, and so we're going to actually calculate what's called the upper and lower control limits on this, and we're going to have a little discussion about what that means and how you work through that. So basically, the upper and lower control limits are built off of 3 standard deviations above the mean and below the mean. And I don't want to get too statistical here. So, and one simple way to estimate standard deviation is to take the square root of the mean or the average score. Okay, so we're going to take the square root of the mean. We're going to take the mean plus 3 times the square root of the mean to find the upper control limit, and then we're going to do the opposite to find the lower one. So in that lower right-hand corner, the mean score is 27.8, so you can put that on your chart, plus 3 times the square root of the mean is 5.27. And then I carry that down so that I've got the mean score 27.8 plus 3 times 5.27 gives us 15.8. So my upper control limit comes out to be 43.6. And then to find the lower control limit, we're going to take the mean score of 27.82 and minus 3 times 5.27. So now we've got 27.82 minus 15.8, and that gives us 12. Now, don't panic if you're saying, what the heck is he talking about? Working through this. So I'm going to explain what all this means and what we do with it. So on, you have to take your scores and go up to your chart up above and make a quick plot of the scores that you had. And now we're going to need the rulers. Yep. Okay, and then once you have your scores or your dots plotted, then you take your ruler and you draw a solid line across at the mean or average, which is 27.2 or something. Being careful not to draw it at 27.3. And then you draw dashed lines across for the lower and upper control limits.
So if looking at pictures of the 80s didn't transport me back to middle school, this sure did.
Okay, we got it. Everybody got all that? So now we'll talk a little bit about what did you just do and why would I ever do this again. So okay, let me get my chart back up again. I wanted to Okay, so a couple of things. If I was just plotting a class's scores like this, I would not connect the dots. But you notice I connected my dots because I really want you to think about this as a process over time. So this may be, 8 different classes that all took the F test, and this is the scores that they got over 8 different times. Or this could be an individual student, or it could be the whole school district, or it could be whatever it might be. You want to think of a process over time. So you notice that, so the first thing we had to do is draw in the average line to try to figure out, where was the average performance with that. And then we had the upper and lower control limits. So let me show you quickly what were those lines. What did we do there? Okay, without getting too technical or anything, when you have any test of performance, anything that might happen, or any data that we're studying in society falls on a curve. Sometimes we have a bimodal curve where we have 2 curves, but largely we have a curve of performance. So if I think about our average was 27, so that would be in the middle of our curve. So if I take the square root and I add basically 5 to that, I get 32, and if I take 27 and subtract 5, I get 22. So what this little symbol is called a sigma, which stands for 1 standard deviation. So basically this is saying that in any test of performance, basically about 68% of the people are going to fall between those 2 lines. So I want you to raise your hand if your score on the F test was between 22 and 32. Raise your hand. So we look around our room, we got about 60% of the people raising their hands in our room. Okay. Now it's not always exactly this data, but it's very close to that. But we went further than that, and we multiplied it by 3 to estimate 3 standard deviations above and 3 standard deviations below, right? So what does that mean? Well, when you go to that level of performance, about 99.73% of the points are going to fall in that range, right? So you all can feel happy that you are normal, even though with my grading scale, I tried to make you feel abnormal, like there was something wrong with you. Most of the performance on this type of test comes from the test and the system itself, and not you as an individual. I mean, you're just part of that system that's creating that process. So you can see this is huge, 99.73, right? So what does that tell us? Get my chart back up here. So when we start looking at data, and we're going to look at some Leander data in a few minutes, and have you had some observations about that and think about what does this mean for that. When you start looking at data, one of the first things you have to do is to think about, okay, what data do we need? And this is going to be important later on today when we start looking at the bond issue and thinking about what data do we need. And then secondly, we have to start thinking about, well, how do we collect it? Thirdly, we have to think about how do we display it. And fourthly, how do we interpret it, that data, right? So when I take that data and I put it on a control chart like this, I start to see process over time. And this is really important because we want to figure out, do we have a stable or in control system? So the first thing you want to look at is to see, do you have any data points either above or below your dashed lines? Anybody have a data point above or below? Okay, so we have no special causes, what Deming called special causes of performance. Now, I've done this thousands of times all over the world, and I often end up with somebody with a 0. And so I'll ask them, why, what do you do with a special cause? You investigate. They don't need more rating and ranking, they need help, right? And sometimes your investigation turns up that, there is something of special needs or something that somebody needs special help that they're not getting from the regular system. On the other hand, it could just be attitude. Sometimes I have people say, I just thought this was a game or a joke and I just didn't even do it, right? On the upper control limit, there were only 38 Fs, right? So that's actually the top end. But I've given this test and I've had people say that they thought they saw 42 and 43. One guy had 44, and I said, how'd you get 44 when there's only 38 Fs? He said, well, I got to 22 and I didn't think that was enough, so I doubled it. So. And I thought, where did he learn that? He learned that in school. Because what do we tell people to do if you don't know the answer? Guess, right? And so our tests get fraught with guesswork and dishonesty and everything else because we teach people to do that in that process of working through it. So my first test is to look at that and say, do I have any special causes? And if I do, my job is first to understand that, investigate, etc. I think the first few years I started working with Leander, we took every school in the district, put them on a chart like this, and I think there was one school that popped out way below all the other schools in the district. And so a ton of resources had to go into that school versus the others. So in terms of optimization, sometimes some parts of the district are sub-optimized in order to optimize the whole district, right? You have to have a different frame of thinking around that. So once you get a special cause to fall in this range again, whether that's high or low or whatever it might be, you declare the system stable or in control. Now, a stable or in control system doesn't mean a likable system. you can have a stable, hateable system. It's continually producing bad results, right? And we can swap people in and out and bring in new people, and we're getting the exact same results, you know, within that system. So what you have to determine then is, am I happy with the average or the mean performance? So when I work with teachers, I always say, you know, if you plot your class just like this, you have no special causes, right? Everybody's falling in the system. And then you look at the average and you say, am I happy with my average and I know it? Clap my hands, right? And that's basically it. If you're happy with that average, just keep on doing what you've been doing and you're going to keep getting what you've been getting, okay? You may have random variation. So when we look at this process over time, if this is the test scores in my school, if this is number of students absent per day in my school, if this is any data set that I want to look at over time, if I'm happy with that average, then stop complaining about it, stop complaining about the kids or anything else, because 98%, we just found out, 99.73% of the points are going to fall in that range, and those are systemic factors at work. Most of the causes of that performance are coming from the system itself. Change the system, you get a different result. So when I'm working with teachers, I always tell them, you know, hey, change the system and watch what happens to the behavior and the performance of your kids, versus thinking that every kid is a special cause and we got to do something special within them. The system has enormous impact on performance. And we know this because you can have kids in one class across the hall not doing well, not performing well, et cetera, and the very same kids are walking across the hall to another teacher's class and doing really well. What's going on here? We can't have this, right? Actually, we can have this. It's called random variation. So when a teacher gets a class at the beginning of the year, mostly those students are there by random variation. You know, I might get 30 randomly selected students that are thrown into my class. My job is to try to optimize the performance with that group, which was probably totally different than last year's group. Some kinds of things I did last year with people might work with this group, but my job is to understand this year's group and try to optimize that performance. So now we're going to look at causes of poor performance, easy for me to say, but what kind of questions or comments are coming to mind right now when we're going through this?
Trying to take this from a teacher classroom level to what a school board might be thinking about, or trustees would be thinking about, right? And I think my one takeaway so far is that it's about sometimes when you're looking at things, the system is what you might want to look at to see what's going on first before you start assessing so much about. For us, we don't get to go talk about what each and every child's doing. That's really the teachers, but we do get to talk about what the system's doing.
Yeah, you also need longitudinal data, right? So when you look at the graph that I have up here, there's 3 possibilities for the next data point. What are they?
Up, down, or the same.
That's right, up, down, or the same, right? And understanding that there's always going to be this random variation. So when you look at longitudinal data, you need to really understand that. You need at least 6 data points. Most statisticians will tell you 12 is even better. I know some that say you need 20 data points, but that's really hard to get in a school system. That's 20 years of test score data or something. But a lot of times you can stratify it out and you can give tests throughout the year, so you have 4 data points instead of 1, and there's lots of ways to be able to do that. But you need that longitudinal data to try to understand what is the system producing, and am I happy with that in that process? So what else? Go ahead.
I guess this requires a certain type of data, though, that you're collecting to be able to do this.
No, not necessarily. You can just have count data, like the number of kids present per day. You could have test score data. You could have qualitative data. There's all kinds of ways that you can do that to work through it. I want you to find control charts in your tool time book. And actually, I want you to go to page 39. So it's important to understand at the board level that, yes, you can have one data point outside of the system. That's a special cause. That's one type, okay? You can have 5 or 6 data points all above the average or the mean line. Okay, that's a special cause. You can have 5 or 6 data points going one direction or the other, right? So that's a special cause. So if suddenly you were having random variation, say in your district on some measurement that you want to look at, and then for 5 or 6 years in a row it all starts going down, there's something special at work in the district, because normally we would expect random variation. Does that make sense? Okay. Or for 5 or 6 years it's going up. It could be because you have a new superintendent. and they're doing something significantly different in the district that's causing 5 or 6 data points to go up. Or if you have groupings above or below the mean, that's also special cause performance. So special cause always involves investigation. And your job is to try to get a system in control, right? So how do you get a system in control? Well, you have to, let's say I look at our chart on our F-test, and I'm not happy with my average. Okay, I'm not going to blame you guys or arbitrarily rank you within that thing, A, B, C, D, and F, right? We're actually going to try to improve the system. So I want to put you to work doing that today. So I want you to flip your sheet over, and on the back side you have a lotus diagram. Okay, so the lotus, let me make it larger. So a lotus diagram is actually a tool that I got from the Japanese around 1999. And we sent a whole team of students to Japan to study quality improvement and quality management, et cetera. And they actually toured around schools and companies and everything. And they went to a tractor company that was studying, they were getting a tour of the plant, and they went through a room like this. And as they were going from this room to the next room, in the tour, the students noticed that there was a diagram like this in the middle of a wall that was covered completely with white mylar stuff. And there were lotus diagrams upon lotus diagrams upon lotus diagrams looking at problems with tractor transmissions. Now, our kids didn't know anything about tractor transmissions, but they immediately recognized a tool, right? And they brought this back, and then we started using this tool in classrooms and school performance. And it's just really an amazing tool. So I'm going to put you guys to work here today. So what I want you to do is right in the center of your lotus diagram, you'll see there's a square or rectangle there. And in that, we say, well, we had a low mean score. So you can write in there low mean score or unacceptable performance or whatever you want to write in the center of that. But we've decided that we're not happy with our average and we know it, okay? Then there's some very common ways that we start looking at systems to try to understand the system. So you'll see there are 8 different bubbles there for categories. So in bubble number 1, if you'd write people, there are people issues that affect performance. In bubble number 2, if you'd write process, bubble number 3 is technology. Bubble number 4 is equipment. And then bubble number 5 is environment. And there could be other categories that we might want to come up with, but this is a good place to start, okay? Now, you'll notice that there are corresponding bubbles for each of those. So transfer those category headers to each of the corresponding bubbles. Okay, everybody got that? Okay, so now what I want you to do is to spend a few minutes complaining and whinging and talking about it, however you want to go about it. But you notice there are 8 boxes. Don't worry about the triangles just yet, but there are 8 boxes around each of those bubbles. So I want you, let's take people to begin with, right? So I want you to just call out what do you think were the causes of a low average or low mean score on that test that had to do with people. So sometimes the kinds of things I get from kids a lot are things like we're tired or don't care or don't understand, things like that. But what do you think happened here? What were some people causes at work?
You mean like
Just in this exercise.
in general, like what was for us, or just general people causes? Like,
No, for you,
okay, wow.
in that exercise with the F test, and the process I took you through, what were some people things going on? Yeah. Share. What do you got?
So even though you gave us a practice test, we didn't know how long the test was going to be. The practice test was only a very short snippet. So the fact that the real test went on a whole lot longer was unexpected. So I don't know if that's necessarily a people thing, but you didn't, as a teacher, tell me that it was going to be longer.
Okay, so I would put that under in the process.
Process,
one.
okay.
So perhaps a better way to do this is just for you to brainstorm and classify things yourself and think about for a second, you know, what were the things affecting me? So for instance, if you say that scrolling thing, all right, is that you have to think, is that an equipment thing, a technical thing, or is that a process thing? Or it could be both. You could put it in both categories if you want. So just take a few minutes and just brainstorm all the possibilities for poor performance on that. There we go. Okay, there's triangles in the corners, and you're going to prioritize the number of causes that you have in each category. So in my example on the screen, I've got 4 boxes filled in around people, right? So I'm going to prioritize those from 4 down to 1, with the highest number being the most important. If you only have 2 boxes filled in, it's just 2 and 1. So those are the numbers that you put in the triangles. Got that? All right, so if I'm doing this individually, I can sit down with an individual and ask them what do they see as the causes. I can have them prioritize, and I can start to figure out as an individual what I can do differently next time to help you work this through, like what you mentioned. You know, well, you didn't go over that, or how long the test is going to be and everything else. I might want to find out to what effect does that affect everybody in the room, right? So we could combine causes, right? We could look at all the people causes. I could have everybody prioritize those people causes and come up with the most prominent, or what we sometimes call root or dominant causes of poor performance, right? Change the system, you're going to get a different result. But I have to know what to change to make a difference, right? And this is so much more powerful than me running off to a conference somewhere and coming back with a really great idea and inflicting it on my students, but the real causes of poor performance are still just laying right there in front of me. I haven't done anything with that. I'll give you a real clear example of that. I was down in Australia in an 8th grade, a 6th grade math class, right? And this teacher had gone to a summer seminar where he'd been taught to set up your classroom so you have a cave to debrief in, and you have a campfire to have a group discussion. Sounds like a good idea until you think about it, right? And that it didn't improve math scores. He got the same stuff as he did last year. Kids were happy that they had a different kind of a classroom, but that wasn't a problem. So I put him to work to do this. Well, the #1 cause came out to be computers don't work for poor math performance. And he said, well, that's ridiculous. You know, we have great tech here, and we have a tech person that monitors and everything. So he just set up a little tally sheet, and he said, anytime you go to your computer and it doesn't work right, I want you to put a tally on this sheet. Well, in a single week, he had 261 tally marks. The kids were right. They would come and it wouldn't work right. They'd get frustrated. They'd quit. They just wouldn't do what they were supposed to be doing. So most of the problem was coming from the system itself. But #1, he didn't know the right question to ask, and #2, he wouldn't believe them, and he wouldn't take action on it. Right? Change the system, get a different result. Does that make sense? So any one of those categories, we can take a look at that. Even things like environment, like it's too cold in here. All right, I want to know, is that a common cause to some degree of everyone? Does that make sense? If so, I can tick the temperature up 1 degree and might make a significant difference, right? Fascinating things happen when I started doing that in my own classes. Like the temperature thing, where I put kids in teams to do this and work through it, and I only had 1 team that said it was too cold in here, and okay, what's going on with you guys? Do you need to bring jackets, or what's happening, or whatever? Well, they were positioned underneath the air conditioning vent. But I'd never thought of it, right? And so we actually put a circle on the floor. Don't sit here. Because they couldn't concentrate. If you were sitting at that table in that zone, it was a bad place to be. Change the system, you get a different result. So, what are your comments?
Well, I guess what I'm thinking is this Lowe's diagram is something we use in a plan, do, study, act. And that was one of my #1 things in here is, as I'm doing the F test, I'm like, okay, when are we gonna start talking about our long-range facility plan? The days ticking, the time's ticking, where are we getting there? And so I have to slow myself down and say this is one of the tools that even as board members, we might not sit down and draw this and write this down. I do sometimes feel like this is what we're doing as board members, but maybe we're talking about different things. So I'm like, oh, let's talk about long-range facility. I really want to focus on people. And you're like, yeah, but I really want to focus on environment. And I really want to focus on this. But all the plans are coming together. We all do want to make certain tweaks to the system. So this kind of gave me a visual for it.
Yeah, the powerful thing at your level is you're being inundated by personalities, emotion, people calling you on the phone, and you have to sort those out. Are these special cause things, or they could be indicators of common cause things, right? And if that's the case, we need to find out, is this a common thing that maybe just one person was smart enough to point it out? And if so, can we do something about that? If not, can we work with this special cause person to make it better for them, right? But it doesn't mean we're necessarily going to change the whole system because one person is unhappy. And that's a hard thing as a board member to really work through. If you can understand the special and common cause concept, you can make massive improvement in an organization when you discipline yourselves to think like that. So I want to get to some Leander data. So you have a packet of Leander data. Do we have these hand out? Or are they coming? So I asked Sarah if she would just pull a few data examples from Leander so we can kind of think about, what do we do with this? How do we use this thinking on a district level? Okay, so the first one you have economic versus or non-economic completion rates, right? Disadvantaged. How do I say this right? Not non-economically disadvantaged and disadvantaged students, right? Okay. So knowing what you know now about how to read that data, what do you see?
Stability. Yep.
Very, very stable system, right? You can also do things like you can take your rulers that you have and you can draw a vertical line. Obviously, something significantly different started to take place around 2010, 2011. So I would draw a vertical line, and I'd want to go back in the DNA history of the district and find out what was going on there. What was the shift? Amazingly, a lot of times the shift is, oh, we started tracking this. And it's amazing, and it happens in classrooms too. When you start tracking something and measuring it, performance starts to go up. It's an amazing psychological phenomenon. Okay. So you can take your ruler and put it horizontally across the data at the top. So I'm not going to look at the data prior to about 2010. It's not going to do me any good. But I can look at this data. And you can slide your ruler up and down until roughly half the points are above that line, half the points are below that line, and then just draw a horizontal line across. And I've done this hundreds and hundreds of times, and if you actually go back and calculate it, you'll be amazed at how close you can get to average performance just by doing that. You can quickly look at it. Where do you estimate the upper and control limits to be on this? Exactly. And that's why you would exclude the early years, because obviously that was a totally different system going on at that point. Does that make sense? You could even conclude that starting back in 2007, a special cause was identified, or a common cause actually, in the district that started to make steady improvements in that process over time. So then you see that the system's in control. What's the next question you have to ask? What's that? Yeah, but it's, that won't help you at all. That won't do anything. If we look at the mean, right? What's the question? What's the saying?
Am I happy with the mean performance?
Yes, thank you. So if you look at that set of data and you say, that's pretty darn good, right? What that means is we want to maintain that system. We want to keep it going. Could we get better data? Can we move 99.6 to 99.8? Well, yes, it's possible. But the resources it might take to move that microscopic level, is it really worth it when you might have other places in the district that you need to put those resources? So a stable system is really important. It's fabulously important. Does that make sense? Okay, let's take a look at the next one. Economically disadvantaged versus non-economically year 4 graduation rates. What do you see there? Stable system. Any special causes? Yeah. So again, that's why I would take that data out of the calculations and start at that point and go forward. You want to keep that happening? Yeah. You happy with your average and you know it? Yeah. You want to keep that happening. Can it get it better? Yeah, it can get a little bit better. And that's why we call it continual improvement, right? But my aim in this session is to get you to see not only just one data set, but see data sets in relationship to a systemic performance process. Okay? Let's go to the next one. Graduates attending college in the fall, first 2 years after graduation. What do you see there? Stable or unstable? Stable system. Okay. What kinds of questions then might that? Are you happy with that average? Well, we have interesting things going on that, we've had politicians proposing that every child should go to college and every child should do this and that, and it's just not true. In fact, today, kids that are not going to college are often making a lot more money than kids that are not going to college.
Exactly.
Because they're getting trades jobs that are paying between $80,000 and $150,000 a year right out of high school. And they don't want to go to college. So I have 5 children. The first 4 all went to colleges, graduated, did great. 5th one said, no, it's not for me. And he's happy doing what he's doing now, but he made that decision and it's fine with me. Even though he was in a family where everybody goes to college and it's really important. He went for a little bit and he said, no, I don't like this at all. I want to do something practical, work through stuff. So here's a set of data where you have to start to think about, do we really want to increase that, right? And should we find out what's happening to all the kids that are not going to college, right? Are they moving into meaningful positions, and is our graduate profile predictive that, wow, they're doing well in life? So it leads you to think about a lot of different questions that you want to work through. Percentage of students reading at or above grade level by the end of 2nd grade. What do you see there? Talk a little louder. So.
Needs improvement.
Okay, why?
It's dropping.
Okay, so you want to look at, remember when I said special causes can also be 6 or 7 data points going in a direction? But you don't often have to wait for 6 or 7, We've got 4 going in a direction. There's obviously some kind of special cause going on there that's affecting the system. It could be common to the system. So to me, that's where a board can take a look at this and go back to the superintendent and say, Mr. Superintendent, tell us what's going on here, what's happening. Are we going to continue to see this trend, or what work have you done within that? But therein lies the question too, what's more important, graduation rates or this set of data? And that's where you have to think systemically about everything, every key performance indicator in the district that you're looking at.
Well,
Okay.
Go ahead.
several sets of data points too. So you've got your graduation, and then how many kiddos are getting certification versus how many are going directly into the workforce. So that data set, and then do we see a trend for your reading and academics, and is it all going at least in a stable direction, if not up, right? So it's a bunch of data sets.
Yeah, last night in the film, Deming said, anybody can accomplish anything if they don't count the costs. So you can look at any one of these data sets and say, we want that improved, no matter the cost, right? But are you then sub-optimizing other parts of the district in order just to get that one measure up? And that's the real power of leadership and understanding how to think about these things in a different way.
Well, and I think we need to take into consideration how, if you're looking at these years where they start to dip a little bit, and yes, it's only, 2 data points, the beginning of 3 is, the COVID factor came into this. And I think, also this is from, when you look at DRA versus ISIP, I mean, it's very, you're going from a teacher process direct reading to a computer-driven system that kids like to click through.
Yeah.
So are we really getting true, accurate information?
So is COVID a special cause or common cause? This is tricky, isn't it?
A special clause that
It-
has morphed into our,
It's a special cause
That
that
has
had common cause effect,
yes,
right?
exactly. That's what it is.
Right? It affected everybody in the system, no matter your position and what you're working through that. So there's a number of ways you can look at that, and you can start to say, okay, that makes sense why the data changed when that happened, working through that. We're just going to throw that data out, basically, and then get back to eventually where we were. The other way to look at it is, we may have something in the future similar to that. What can we learn from that special cause that we could apply in the future and be ready for the next pandemic or the next thing that we have to go through? And when you start to think about the problems of today and the problems of tomorrow, you start to distance yourselves basically from everybody else in the state, because they're just looking at how do we get through this, but you're starting to look at what do we learn from this that is applicable in the future. District attendance rates, stable or unstable? Stable system, right? It's a fascinating thing when you start to think about managing these kinds of systems. The more stable it becomes and the higher the average, the more it enables you to work with special causes, right? If I'm a principal in a high school, for instance, and I got a 60% attendance rate, I got a common cause issue going on, right? I don't have time to deal with individual kids who may have special circumstances. But if I've got 96.1% attendance rate, right? Okay, I've got a few kids that got some real special problems in homes and whatever. I can spend my time working with them individually on a special cause basis to help improve that situation. Does that make sense? But when you've got a common cause issue, you don't have time to deal with that. You're just treading water and in that kind of situation. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
I saw this chart as a little bit more complicated, I guess,
Okay.
because if I look at kind of the early years before 2009, I would call it extremely stable, almost redundant, right?
Yeah.
But there is a gradual declining trend, right, in those first, 6 or 8 years.
Yep.
And then the middle portion seems like it's increasing slightly, but it's more volatile. If you have standard deviation set in those early years, then these next years may be outside of that standard deviation. And then you've got this shift in the last couple of years. So I think there's a lot more maybe to be seen or to be discussed here than just, a stable system, right?
Remember I said it can be stable, but not likable, right? So you've got stable, but you've got a lot more variation going on than you had in the previous years.
Well, I think it might not be stable, right? Depending on your definition of stability. If the parameter for stability is the controls that you set in the first several years, then that middle section may not be within the bounds of stability.
So again, I would do two separate calculations. I
Right.
draw a line here, say
Right.
something different is going on, right?
Yep.
And now, maybe there's things we could have learned from those previous years that we're no longer doing that we could change or work through.
Right.
But your point is very good, that you got a lot more variability going on here, even though your average is higher.
Right.
So there's two things you want to do. You want to learn to shrink the variability and improve the average at the same time, right? Until you get to a point where, boy, just about any kid that comes to Leander is going to fall into that top performing stable environment. It may take a while. If you're coming from Florida where they don't really care if you show up for school or not, right? It may take a while for them to realize that, oh, these guys care if I show up every day. It's really important. Does that make sense? So, okay. I remember I had a student in class one time, and we were at a boarding school, right? So we couldn't blame the parents for not getting him up on time, getting him to school. This kid was late in my first period class almost every day. I did everything under the sun to try to help him. I said, what's going on? Working through this and everything else. And we finally got to a point. I said, I want you here every day. I love having you in class, and I like seeing you here and everything else. And I said, why don't you get here on time? And he said, well, in my old school, they didn't care if I showed up or not. In fact, they were happier when I didn't show up. He was a real behavior problem when he first came. There was no question about it. And kind of a scary kid, big, muscular, kind of thing. But you think about that from a special cause standpoint. He suddenly came to a place that does care if you show up. It made a huge difference. To change a habit like that, psychologically and neuroscience tells you it takes about 19 days. Some people as long as a year to change a habit significantly like that. So a lot of times people just aren't patient. That he's got at least 19 days of consistently helping him understand we want you here before he starts to change his behavior. So
I have a question about
Yes.
like the reading at the end of second grade and third grade. For example, the 2011 to 2012 and 2012 to 2013 years. Wouldn't those be the kids that graduated in the class of, say, 2020, like 10 years later? So I'm just looking at, like, at the end of second grade, if 80% of them were reading at grade level, at or above grade level, and then the class, it's substantially high percentage of them graduating. I was just, is that the same?
So you're looking at that data compared to the graduation rates?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
These are great questions. Great systems questions that you have to think about and grapple with. And, is it correlation or is it just coincidence? So I want you to jump to this chart, radar chart, this colorful chart.
Anna, this is the chart we've been talking about, and I think board members, this is similar to a chart we've been talking about. Laura Lynn remembers this.
Okay, so this isn't Leander, right? This is a district that I worked with in Australia, actually. But they had gotten to the point where they had all their data sets exactly what they wanted to see, right? And then they start having the question, just like what Sadie was talking about. Wow, if we increase
Sade.
Sade, sorry. You should have told me that yesterday. So.
Like a shawl.
Okay, Sade. Like Sade was talking about that if we increase this, does it change this, right? And so what this was is their attempt to take all those data sets, convert them to percentages, and then look at that over a series of years to see what was happening with the district. And we don't have the previous ones. The previous ones didn't look like this. They had huge areas of special jagged causes within the whole district. So the district could then focus on, okay, we've got to get that data set up. But basically, when you're looking at this, out is good. The further the dots go out, getting to 100% level on something within that. But it's just fascinating when you start to think of it like this. You start to think, oh, okay, now we can understand our job is to optimize an entire system, not just one segment. Does that make sense? Okay. And then Sarah pulled some of the data sets you were just looking at them and put them on a little radar chart doing the very same thing. So that's just looking at 3 or 4 areas you might want to look at. But obviously you can see in relationship to all the other data sets, there's an area that still needs work, right? So you have a combination of understanding statistical variation and systems thinking at the same time when you take those data sets and look at them in that kind of an environment. So. All right, I know we need to stop for lunch.
We need to stop for lunch. Now, let me make sure I've got the lay of the land, because we're all going to be wondering about it, about next steps. So when we come back, can you give us an idea of like what is the next, because we're all talking about our facilities planning, right? I mean,
Right.
That's just in our head going, we're thinking about it like all the time. So what does it look like when we come back from lunch?
When we come back, the major issue is about the upcoming decision you're going to have to make about the bond issue. And so I'm going to take you through a couple tools and processes to help you think through that and give the administration some insights of the kind of data that you need from that. So we're going to start working through that process. So that's the plan.
Okay, that's excellent. So board members, when we come back and we're giving these ideas of data sets and things we're going to need, the district administration is going to go back. And so our agenda may get a few more items based on these discussions that we're having, the agenda that's coming up on the 16th. So it's going to be, we're building on the discussions. This is like, we're going to do a PDSA, talk about what data sets we need. Then that'll be followed up in our December 16th meeting. Does that make sense? And then we'll be ending off with a small little note there on superintendent evaluation. That will conclude our workshop for Team of 8. Any questions? How long are we going to have for lunch, or what are we going to do for lunch? I know we talked about a little bit of
What do you usually do?
a break.
30 minutes or?
Yeah, 30. You want to take a 30-minute break? Does that work?
Yep.
Or we want to go and get back to work. So yeah, 30-minute break, and let's come back and get on this.
Okay. See you in 30 minutes.
All right.
having those data sets to look at. And I think that was great.
Yes, very good. All right, can you get some lunch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Not here yet?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh.
Thank you, sir.
Did you like that?
Brings back memories.
Is it? Good.
Process control. How are you? Showed up. Cold chicken burger. You can, but it wouldn't be very good. How's Montana holding up? Getting
Well,
cold up there?
4 inches of snow and about 20 degrees when I left, so.
Snow. We had that last year, didn't we?
Yeah.
A little bit. A little dusting. Okay.
Awesome.
We're ready to roll?
All right, can I help you?
I'll just wait a minute and set up.
Just wait for the setup? Oh, okay.
Just roughly needed, isn't it?
Okay, our board typically comes back and eats. I need to get them in to eat, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is he setting ready?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
He was just keeping those warm till we came in here, so.
Okay. And you mind if they come on back?
Yeah.
I did, figured we were good. I was actually looking for you. Good, thank you. That smells good. You can smell that chicken cooking during the whole thing, so.
Try setting up when you're trying to get everything set up and all you're smelling is this food right there.
So Aaron, what's your story? What do you do?
My story, let's see here. Economics, and then law school, and then sales. I live in Texas, but my wife's dad passed away unexpectedly just before graduation from law school. She's from Houston, and we decided we needed to be in Austin. As it turned out, her mom and her brother were here. So we came to Austin, and I took the Texas bar, and then learned quickly that the only way to make money as a lawyer in Dallas or Houston. Before they would let you work in the Austin office. That was a privilege you had to earn coming up through the ranks and all that. Everybody wanted to be in Austin. There wasn't enough business in Austin.
Huh.
That was still work for the state. That was about it. So I said, I got school loans to pay and all that sort of thing. I need real
I'd like to meet my
employment.
family.
And so I said, talking to juries and selling people, not dissimilar. Probably be a salesperson, and so I started at Dell in 1999. 10 years at Dell, and then I wanted out of hardware and into software, so now I actually work at a small company, about 60 employees based in Minneapolis, but we're all over the country, and it's marketing, technology, marketing software.
Wow.
What's the name of the company? What's the name of the company?
It's called Relationship One. The software tends to be
Is it like CRM?
mostly Oracle software.
Okay.
It's kind of like CRM. It has a database component, but it's also an email marketing engine.
Okay.
And all of the related data capture and all that sort of stuff.
So when I think of email marketing, I think of like MailChimp.
Yep. Yep. That's a fairly, I don't know, standard email send tool. Stuff we work in tends to be.
They do have some analytics on their platform as well, but.
Yep. Yep. You can see, right, so it was the email scanning with all the big
I remember when I first started working, I was so excited. I was like, why would anybody want to retire? Great. And I would just work like 60 hours, 80. I just loved working. And then as I grew older, I was like, I mean, it was a tough choice for me to stop working, but when I did, I was just the happiest. No more than 30 hours a month.
for all dependents. 32-hour work week, 8-week paid sabbatical leave, 50,000 wage floor.
Where is that? Finance?
No, that's here in Texas. That's with organizers. That's like Move Texas. And I'm like, they're giving him a 4-day, 32-hour week, and starting pay is 50,000, and it's all full benefits paid by the employer, 50% of your dependents.
I think that's like.
It's like one of our, like Jolt's competitors. They're in the same space. They're a partner. Well, they're one of our partners, but we compete a lot of times for the same resources and the same employees. And I'm like, I know a lot of my employees are gonna be like, love you, but.
That's a motivator.
What?
That's a motivator.
Well, it's like, we were so excited about our announcement coming in January, and now I read that today, and I was like, walk on. And it was funny, because it was sent to me by one of our other coalition partners, saying like, are y'all doing this? Because we're not doing this. That's the freedom that we're like. We're really paying 90% of the employee benefit, but we can't go and the benefit.
Is that a 4-day week or just shorter days overall, or?
4-day week, 32-hour week. I work for engineers.
Wow.
Man, I'll go work for that. But see, if I can,
Especially if you get a job where they offer you benefits, and then you have to pay, like, that's what I've always said, when I got hired at Governor, so we have the same coverage that the kids that Bill had, but it's a lower deductible and a lower premium, but for the same coverage. So they moved the kids to me, but he kept his own, so his company paid 10% of his.
Wages rise, prices rise, wages rise.
So, you know, it's just him, there's no wife independent, whatever. And he said, well, if I get it for 2 years, yes, but if you did that, then you have to pay because there's a difference. Company offers it.
they would not even cover me at all. Because you have to sign it later.
Right.
I do not work for it.
Right.
And they're working on that. It's an hour organized. But it's also filling that young baby, what they're used to and everything. But I don't know how they're really doing that.
Do they get a big
increase?
Yeah, TFN has way more endowment than they do. But wasn't they got more, TFN got more. TFN said there's no way they could do that. I was like, I couldn't do it. I mean, pushing our hourly for our part-time employees to 20 was, and giving them full benefits and paying their benefits.
That's a big deal.
That was a big deal, like their part-time employees.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Don't need to speak to them, we're going global. That's what our organizers don't. The base that we're trying to register, 97% of them, their first language is English. So you don't have to know Spanish. My organizing manager, she's freaking out. I bet she is. Jen is like, yeah, and so, and they're hiring like 20 new people, but wow. We're gonna hire. Can I sit with you and
Getting a sense of her, where we are. Just emphasized again, you know, that need to get into that BSN, right, and the.
Well, I was just thinking that maybe what you and Sarah could do would be to just create I'll put them to work on these 5 areas to think about and work through.
Yeah.
But maybe what you guys could do is actually write up a problem statement that when we come out of that just really just states the problem, the impact.
Okay.
And could be helpful, I think. Probably going to need Bruce to start out just like stating the parameters and what are we facing and what's happening and what's the timeline and.
Okay, we probably need to prep for that then.
And she was good at even shortening the time on the feedback on the superintendent eval to make sure we have enough time to really
Bruce, what is your family doing today?
dig into.
Just like huddled by the screen, watching your brilliance and board.
Doesn't matter to me. I'm here to help you guys do whatever you need done. I thought this was really good this morning. So. And it's knowledge you got to have before you can go into that. And
Those high school debaters, they're intense, man. We got a couple on SAC.
Hard, it's like, you and I see that,
Easy, Mary, you didn't even notice.
new to it, into the understanding.
What debate did you
Some
do in high
people
school,
may.
Mary? Huh?
You struggle?
Were you,
yeah, I was watching
what do they call it?
dimming
Were you
clips
just
and
one
stuff,
to
trying to
one?
decide what I wanted to show and not, and things like that. And he just stressed
Right, there's one where you
over
go
and
in
over and over that
and
it's not going to just happen by flipping a switch. And it takes sometimes years of you hearing the same message, looking the same way, working through things. You guys have such a huge advantage in that here.
Right.
For new people coming in, they're just surrounded by people who have knowledge and think differently. And where when I started working with a district, we just don't have those people there.
That come out of today, but they say that.
How did that, what?
It was, well, no, it was
Bring this
the
back to them on
acronym we used to remember all of
Or at
the
least some of them.
elements of.
On this
a
Thursday?
plan, right?
Wow, good.
So,
Pulling things.
it was
based on
significance,
kind of
harm,
already.
inherency, topicality, solvents.
It's critical that it comes out to me.
Yep.
To know what reasoning the whole district would look like, kind of thing, right? Or,
I mean, significance and harm kind of went together.
because that came up in
What's
last
the problem?
conversation.
What are we trying to solve? What's going wrong?
At the last
What's
board
the
meeting.
impacts, all that sort of stuff, right? Inherency was if we do nothing,
But the idea of being able to
will it get better?
really
Why do we
dig
have
into
to
it
act?
and understand the system and prioritize.
Topicality was how is what you're doing,
Be able to look
how
at
does it
it,
fit
we
within
understand.
the policy statement? Or
Yeah.
how do you show that you're on point? And then
So what's been the
solvency was what's
history of
how
bond
do you
issues
prove
lately in the last
how do you prove
10
that
years?
what
And
you're doing is actually gonna
used to be that it was like a slam dunk thing every time.
I will tell you, about 50% of bonds across the state of Texas fail.
Mm.
So,
I
Mhm.
And he said, if you join debate, you'll get to go to extravagant places like Orange, Texas.
Travel pitch, huh?
Is that intrinsic
That's why you joined, you were.
Orange.
You go to Orange, Texas.
Orange, Texas. But I joined the team, and it's really interesting. It's one of those things where you could join a rights team, they're well-known, they won all these awards, but I was at Texas State, I joined the Texas State team, and because I did, the team was kind of like forming and trying to get their group together, whereas Rice, man, it was hard to even get a speaking spot on the team. I got a speaking spot at Texas State, I got extra training, I got additional time, so because of all that, I credit a lot of that to the opportunities then, and I was able to travel the world. So I got to go to England twice and Scotland once.
Wow.
And so, just, you know, when you think, oh, I'm gonna go and I've got this great debate opportunity, I'm gonna go debate a right. Yeah, maybe, but you're.
Yeah, my oldest daughter was deep into that, nationals 3 years in a row in high school, and it just has served her so well the rest of her life. Now she's on the city council in Billings, and I see her speaking at city council meetings and stuff, and I think, oh, that I recognize that.
Well, I was kind of just impressed with how important debate was in other countries. Like, I mean, they've got debate halls, right? And that's an entertainment and form of activity to go out and go watch debate. Was actually something I found fun, right? I don't think our whole community, I think Lori would roll her eyes at me. You know, you go to the debate event. But I like that there was, you know, just different opportunities. And I remember talking at this one debate we were in, and it just at that time, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, all the stands, and they would put money together to send students who are going to be future leaders in their government to this debate.
Wow.
And it was really interesting to talk to students who were being promoted by their government because they.
That in English?
When I was in high school, they were doing a program like that, they would George W. Bush to the White House. That was my first and got to meet and he was president, and they were calling in all these different students.
Did you debate with y'all? Did y'all get to do?
No, but we talked to some of the other White House officials, and it was all about, all minority students, and the first generation. Your persuasive essay on some type of policy, and mine was on capitalism, and it wasn't kind of, they didn't care what we did from that, it was just being able to like persuasive. I remember being in the Oval Office and them saying like, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, and we all stood up and just like being in awe of it all, and like it was a different time. For the position in the House and the man, you know, but they stood up, and I remember he shook my hand, and high school senior, I cried, just, you know, so an amazing experience. But it was all about these essays of persuasion. So it wasn't so much debate, but it was being able to persuade, you know. Skills though, in there. And you know,
Or who you were with.
yeah, what happened, that experience.
That's true. I think about that because I was in the debate team.
We went to our first tournament, but it never went back. And San Antonio, because I think I'm not sure if I told you this, we were so underfunded they had, and I think about that, like, it was one of the revised tournaments, and we had like mapped out spots for everyone for the second tournament.
minutes east of that. And they just had their first it's not. I'm worried.
Yes.
All right, it is 12:51. We are back in session. As we start talking about our PDSA, I'll remind us that we're looking at facilities planning. I imagine the two propositions that did not pass will be coming up. Remember, those propositions are INS dollars, not M&O, which would go to wages, and that's a different discussion. Although they may all end up intertwined, it's still important to say there is a difference. So with that, and without further ado, David, there you go.
So I'm just going to go over a quick process map. So you have these PDSA handouts, colorful sheet. So just a quick note about, what is this, how do you read it, et cetera. So the word probability, my kids, my classes coined that phrase 35 years ago because they said when we work like this, all of our problems become opportunities. And it was such a powerful thing, it just stuck with them personally and organizationally as well. So the planning process basically has 4 kind of phases to it. And if you think about PDSA, probably 50% of the time is spent in the planning process. And then the rest is in the do and then study and then act. So we're in the initial conditions stage here, and we're not going to have time to use all the tools we want to use, but we're going to use some tools to start with. But in the initial conditions, you want to sort of set the stage. And so that's Bruce to kind of set the stage on the whole issue with the bond issues and things like that. Once we do that, then we'll go into some things about defining it. We have to understand the data that we need to make good decisions about this. And then we're going to spend time looking at some of the causes of why the last bond issues failed, and try to learn from that experience so we don't repeat that. So that's kind of the plan. So do you want to start, Bruce?
All right, thank you. So I think very succinctly, the initial conditions we find ourselves with is that we have had a demographic report from PASA, and that indicates that the growth of our student population is still going to continue over the next 10 years. It's a little different than we thought initially, so we're getting fewer students than we thought over the 10-year period, but actually the growth is accelerated inside the first 5 years. So we'll see more students than we expected in the first 5 years, and then that will start to drop off as we start to head towards build out in the district. So we still have that pressure of additional students coming into the district. We now have the situation where we decided that we put a long-range facility planning process in place. We had our CFAC committee work really hard and come up with needs in the district. They brought those to the board. The board agreed that those needs required us to go out for a bond election. We went out in November and with 3 propositions, and narrowly failed 2 of those propositions, and then passed the technology one. The 2 propositions that we failed were the significant portions that dealt with the growth in the district, and so we're in the situation where we have to decide, so if the growth is still coming and we haven't passed this bond election to build new facilities and to renovate existing facilities, then what do we do next? And so I think that's the conversation that we want to have the rest of the afternoon, is working through what data points do we need to understand in order to answer that question. And we thought David would be able to lead us through through some tools to start to explore what do you need for the administration to bring to the table so that we can start to make the right decisions as we go forward.
So generally when you start a PDSA like this, you want to think of it like a funneling process. So you start very broad, very general, and then funnel down until we get to the point where we have some very clear marching orders. So to start on that kind of broad scale, around the room you'll see there are posters, theory of knowledge, systems thinking, statistical variation. And these are all going to enter into when we have to try to think about, okay, what data do we need and what understanding do we need within that system. So what I'm going to have you do is you're all going to get a marker, and your job is just to go around to these 5 posters, okay? And you may have to go a couple of times because you may go to a poster right now, there's nothing on it, but then we want you to circle back around and take a look at what other people have added to, what have you thought about. So we'll take about 20 minutes and just pick a poster. It doesn't matter, you can have a couple people there, you can have conversations if you want or not, or just contemplate about it, but you want to think about, gee, what do we need to know about the system? What's the system knowledge that we need to know and understand in order to make a good decision here? And then go to another poster and another and another. So generally this takes about 20 minutes. So we'll just kind of allot that, and then I'll check with you to see where you are at the end of the 20 minutes. So.
And if we go do this, if there's something going on where I'm thinking, oh, this is a system. Wait, now that I think about it, it's more of a theory of knowledge.
Yeah,
is
come
that,
back.
do I need to go and scratch something out, or can I just leave it on and go?
Just come back and add it to it.
Okay.
You might come back at that point and see, oh, somebody else already came up with that.
Okay.
So that's great. All right. Grab a marker and have fun. Okay, so y'all did such a good job on these things from my perspective. And I know that this is new to some of you and how to work and think through problems and things like that. But for me, it's just normal. But you start big, and then narrow down and go smaller. So if you take your tool time books and find hot dots. Maybe you don't need that. You already know about the hot dot method.
They know
You love
how-
hot dots.
I
Okay.
think the question is, can the system be gamed? If you wait and you watch for certain hot dots, then you can weight your favorites. I mean, we've gotten some pretty sophisticated hot dot and thoughts going on here.
Okay.
I think we need shirts. There's no entry under H.
Multi-voting hot dot. Sorry.
That's okay.
That's not alphabetical.
I do use hot dots with my, you do use, yes, I do.
Works great. So what's going to happen here? You're going to get one red dot, and well, you're going to get a whole sheet of dots actually, but you're going to have one red dot and two other colors. So when you look like something like systems thinking, y'all did a fantastic job there, and there's some great stuff going on there, and it's information that you may need to make good decisions, but I can tell you quite frankly, you can't do all of it, right? So administration is going to need a priority from you. If you can only have this piece of information, what would it be? So that's your red dot. That's my hottest issue. That's the thing I need the most to really make a good decision. And then you're going to get two other dots, two other colors that you can put on anything you want to. And then once we do that, it shouldn't take very long at all. We're actually just going to walk around to each chart and have a discussion about, what came out of that, what's the priorities, et cetera. So
So do we get a red one for each poster or a red one just one?
you get a red one and two colors, two other colors for each poster.
Okay, got it.
You get 3 votes.
I was like,
And you can put all the red ones on the poster if you want. No, just kidding.
No, you only get one red, so for each poster. 3 dots for each poster. Red's your hottest. So, okay?
So we get one red dot for each poster. Therefore, you're assuming and thinking we will use one red dot on each poster.
Well, you're planning on stealing dots, or you?
No, it's just if I have like 5 red dots, and I'm like, well, I don't necessarily need a red dot on that other poster. I really want all my red dots on this one poster.
No,
That's not really
we want
the
to look
thought.
at that poster and
Okay.
understand what's the priority with that.
I'm just looking at.
Name the red dot.
I'm not.
No, I said we've done hot dots a lot. We've been creative.
Okay. All right, so whenever you're ready, just pick a poster and go. No, you get three dots. One red and 2 other colors of your choosing.
Do the other colors mean anything?
No.
Okay.
They're just a vote.
They're just not red.
Yeah.
good question. Oh, that blue is really strong, isn't it? Color the black over the top and then erase it. Paper towels, David, I'll get you something. I'll get some spray and we'll clean it real quick.
There's some spray.
Let me find a towel real quick.
Okay. Okay, y'all. So, you guys are awesome. I thought this went really, really fast. I was expecting it to be more painful than that, so that's really good. So what I want to do now is just have everybody go over to the charts, and we're going to take one chart at a time. We're going to look at the results, and this is the time for you to make comments, to ask questions, to talk about stuff. Laura Lynn's going to really need clarification on what her job is running point on this, from what I understand. So this is the time to be able to do that. So let's all head over to the charts. Okay, so the way you look at these dots, just to refresh your course, since you guys all have degrees in dots. So basically you take a look at it and you see, okay, what items got dots? And then the second thing you look at is, where are the red dots? Is there like a really clear hot issue emerging from the group? Or are the red dots all spread out? If the red dots are all spread out, then you go to the total number of dots and just say, okay, where are those kinds of issues? And if we end up with charts that have the same number of dots on like 5 or 6 issues, then that may mean we need to spend a little bit of time, maybe like an interrelationship diagram, and kind of sort that out, you know, which is the real priority there. So, yeah, so let's just start with understanding variation. What are thoughts or clarifications needed, or
dysfunctional capacity special programs mean?
So I just think that's something, that's a data point, because we have to understand the functional capacity of each of our facilities. That depends on the special programs that are in those facilities. We've changed that over time, because we used to look at PASS's physical capacity as opposed to functional capacity. So I just think that's important.
And with pre-K, we know that's shifted in ways that maybe we weren't aware of before. And
Sure, and that's new this year, so we don't have
and
a
it's
lot of data.
affected, some of our under-enrolled schools previously are no longer under-enrolled necessarily because of pre-K. So I think that's just understanding of that.
It might also be understanding which special programs are at which campuses, so how making changes to zoning at a campus might affect those programs. Or, what programs might have to be moved if we're considering changes at a campus.
Right.
This one's got 3 red dots. Is that for the rezoning?
It's rezoning map and possible look, what does this possibly look like?
I mean, that's what our community is telling us to do. We at least need to have the conversation.
The rezoning exercise?
Yep.
It might scare people, but
We're not
that's what they're
saying
asking.
where we're gonna go.
Right.
But when I discuss it, that's what we're being asked.
I mean, that was in the thought exchanges.
What's the band one?
So it's high level of bands with no new instruments. So that's just a portion of one of those bonds that failed. Is, I mean, we look at what just happened with all of our bands, right? And I know that doesn't affect all the students in our system. However, that is a driver that brings people to LISD. I mean, we've got kids currently who are leaving other districts to come here simply because of band.
Oh, so you mean what's the kind of?
What's the impact?
If we don't have new instruments.
Yeah.
Then that was like.
Will it
a
continue?
huge driver.
Right.
How does that impact? And I don't know who wrote future bond elections and timing, but I did put my dot on there because I was thinking about, we talked about May, we talked about November, there could be the next May, and there's all sorts of thoughts on how those run out.
It's all tied to it, right?
It's also under psychology as well.
Okay.
I put a dot there on future bond elections, timings, amounts, thinking about the PASA update that we got when we were looking at elementary schools, and like maybe we can hold this one off when we have enough for this. And if we do some sort of functional capacity rezoning, can we push off? Can we reduce the need of one of those elementary schools, or can one of those push off even further, so then that future bond election, the amount doesn't need to include
That extra
that
elementary school.
extra
Yes.
elementary school, so then can we look at reducing that amount by, you know, but then also looking at the timing of, for the next elementary school,
Right.
when that one needs to, you know, when do we need to really, looking at that functional capacity piece, I feel like those were very tight in my brain, because looking at functional capacity, looking at the PASA report, knowing that, okay, this area is going to hit this capacity, so we need to build this elementary school, but maybe we don't need to build this other one. Maybe, well, we do, but maybe not until, you know, a few more years, so maybe that doesn't need to be included. But in order to get the next one going, if we don't pass it in May, then this is what's gonna happen.
It's a ripple effect.
You know, and so really
Yes.
understanding kind of those those amounts and the timings of those bond elections and how they impact the entire system of, you know,
Yes.
but I feel like it's very tied to that functional capacity for me.
All right.
We move on to theory of knowledge,
I was gonna ask, because that one's got a lot of red dots right there.
maximizing resources.
Well, before we leave understanding variations, is there anything else that's come to mind as we had that discussion, and things, something that maybe we need to add to that list, or we're not thinking of, or?
I mean, culture slash community relations, it's kind of spread out in other
It
areas,
is,
so.
that is, yeah.
We can, we'll get to it in other areas.
I agree,
Can I-
Shadi, there were some things that came to mind that I think will be brought up in other ones, so I see that too.
I was gonna ask a clarifying question around culture, the use of the word culture there, and what that means. I understand the community relations part, I'm not quite sure what's bundled in culture.
So that was mine, I wrote that, and I put that in this environment, how do we pass it on? Like, what is the culture that what is the environment of the community, and what we're going through right now, and how do we move forward? So culture probably wasn't the best word, but it was just that,
Maybe climate?
yes,
That's a
yeah,
good one.
yeah.
You okay if I make that note, so we don't lose that,
Yeah.
that point?
Yes, because I put it. Yeah. Thank you.
Just don't wanna lose that.
Any other comments about the, just this statistical part, so. All right, so now let's move on to theory of knowledge, and what do you see there?
Maximizing resources, pretty heavy.
Yep, understanding growth
Understanding
patterns.
Planning
for those. Planning for those.
So that was mine also, and I think that was a couple things, and so it's like, how do we really utilize campuses? How do we build campuses in a way that matches growth? So, you know, back to elementary schools at 1,000 instead of 800, because in 2 years, if they're gonna show up anyway, let's minimize those issues that an underbuilt campus cause, you know, like, they don't need lunchroom issues or hallway issues, like, let's give them the facilities they need. But also, you know, the growth is happening in the north, but it's that we have other campuses really, so how the rezoning kind of would work with that, and while either transitioning some campuses out of being or creating schools of choices, so just all of that was there, sorry. It was a lot.
There's a lot.
Sorry.
I stuck my dot there, but I really was like, it's same dot that's probably there with functional capacity.
Right,
Yeah.
very similar,
And,
it's very
you
similar.
know, it's kind of directly connected to that. What is the functional capacity? How can we maximize the resources? but then also understanding that those growth patterns and planning, I just feel like all of that
It's all connected.
is really connected, and when we talk about planning those facilities, I think about those special programs because while I want to maximize their resources, I also think one of the things that has always been special to Leander that we don't build them so big, because when you build them so big, I feel like students get lost and they have limited, there's only so many spots in the UIL play. There's only so many spots in basketball. And so when you go so big like that, students lose opportunities.
Right. Well, and I put that under theory of knowledge with that. We want to provide as many opportunities as possible, whereas in elementary school, it's kind of a niche where it's not, those opportunities are lost. And but that's our system thinking and our theory.
I like that.
And that's how we operate. So some of those we need to challenge and some of those are great.
Right,
So
so
how
maybe
do
it's
we work with
pushing
them?
on the elementary, but not pushing on middle and high.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And so, those are probably really good discussions as how big are we comfortable? And y'all know in terms of our programs and our principals know in terms of like that, that capacity to be able to do the things that are so special in Leander ISD. Kind of at what point do we break that, in trying to maximize?
Well, and even like, so there's another one just up that overcrowding versus underutilized, right? So that it's all kind of goes with it. We got a lot of dots on that one too, but then the other one I see is that student outcomes and how impacted facilities access.
Yes.
Student outcomes and access and
How is it impacted with the facilities?
Yeah.
Student outcomes and access.
Yeah.
I say that again, how are student outcomes impacted?
No, student outcomes and access.
Are impacted.
How are they impacted?
With the facility.
With the facilities.
And that kind of goes down to the next one, because I wrote the top one and the second one, which is what theories we have that are driving our current structure. I think what's been really cool about having David here is we've seen some of like the base theories that our district was building on continuous improvement. And I had another conversation, and I won't get into specifics because if I get it wrong, then I'll have to spend forever fixing it. But we had talked about, somebody had once talked about with you where a range of pay scale needed to be for optimization. That theory is things that we have built on as a district, but is it now time to go back and look at that and say, is that? So the same thing we have a theory of how much things are going to cost. We've put in extra amounts for a certain way, we've estimated it in a certain way, but are those theories that we need to kind of say, okay, in this environment, do we need to keep that theory in place of how we're going to do the cost? Do we need to keep that theory in play about how we have some programs on some campuses, but all these programs on all campuses, like just some of those theories that we have that are basically driving some of the requests we're making. And then, how do student outcomes get impacted? We know they're going to get impacted with facilities. It comes up down there later when we start talking about psychology and what is it like if you end up trying to maximize your space and moving kiddos on campus?
I have a question. This one didn't get any dots, but what is dispersed C/O?
Dispersed central office.
Okay.
So instead of building a new central office facility or adding to it, we push them into existing facilities where we maybe can't push kids into, I think is the thought.
All out of the box thinking.
Stadiums now have a
I was thinking more like 4 Points Middle School.
Right. 4 Points Middle School, big admin office.
Is the thinking that this would become a school then?
No, so it's just that we've outgrown this facility, so we'd leave
Some here.
Some departments could stay here, but other departments could go to existing facilities that have capacity. Instead of building an addition to this building and keeping everybody here.
Okay.
Maybe like the north.
But at what
north
cost? Because
central
you
office,
utilize
south
your
central.
resources that way, but then if your facilities aren't together, or your central office where they need to have those conversations, that's like.
Well, that's maybe one of the bonuses of COVID is that you figured out virtual meetings.
Yeah.
You know?
And which departments
And which could do that,
Could do that,
Could do
right.
it, right.
Which don't really cross-pollinate a lot. So if you put
Yes.
HR and finance together, that makes sense. If you separated them, you'd have trouble.
Yeah.
Right.
Whereas you can keep all the teaching and learning up here, and maybe HR and finance down there, something like that. I'm not, don't quote me, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Don't anybody get
HR and
nervous.
finance are
We're
freaking
just
out.
discussing.
Don't
Just
quote me.
discussing.
Like, I don't wanna drive all
I know, right.
points and
We've been going well over an hour. Do you want to take a short break and then we'll come back and
No, keep going.
keep going? Okay.
We're here,
On a roll,
let's go.
yeah.
Right, systems
Systems
thinking.
thinking then. What do you see there?
Rezone.
Rezone all LISD.
What about finance and rezoning?
Uh-oh, your pen died. Hold on, pen died.
Yeah, I think the taxes
Grab it,
statement and
grab it.
the explain
Yep.
school taxes finance seem to go together to me.
Yeah,
That's the
there's a
one.
lot,
Yeah,
of-
'cause
there's a lot of
Same kind of
stuff
This
about
one right here?
finance.
All that's together.
Yeah, but there's the school finance in general, and then there's that specific one about the ballot language.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are
Well,
different.
I think
Yeah,
they're-
those are different.
So there's 3 red dots on that one. The tax statement on the ballot was due to rules by the legislature, and then communications didn't explain it well enough, and that's what confused people. They said, well, the district said it's not a tax increase, and the ballot said it is a tax increase, and so there was a disconnect in understanding that language and why it had to be like that. Thank you, Texas legislature. Because
Oh, I'd like to
if,
say something else.
if people didn't hear, but here's the thing, if people didn't come to an information session from us, say they don't have kids in the district or whatever, and they go and vote, and they're thinking, I'm gonna go vote for the bond for the schools, and they see that language, and that freaked them out, because they already pay a lot of taxes, and nobody wants a tax increase. However, the way that it's worded, and the way it has to be worded according to the legislature, that didn't do us any.
It didn't, because it almost seemed like we were lying about it.
I know, but what are we asking then for admin to do
Right.
for us, right? Like, I don't need information from them, it was a pain.
Right.
We want effective communication, and when I talk about, I guess, areas of where we can look at our communication, is that
I think
kind of?
that's what I hear.
I think that goes with PR firm.
Yeah.
So in my mind, if we're gonna go do this again, we need somebody that is dedicated and skilled in this, and it's not, I don't think it's necessarily fair to drop this on Corey's team, because it's a lot.
We expect them to continue to do everything that COMS is doing right now.
Plus,
And in light of everything that's happening in schools right now, given like the crisis
crisis
around
stuff.
guns and threats and stuff, we cannot see any reductions in COMS in those spaces. And we're wanting to add a giant other piece on there. And so I think trying to balance what that looks like. So I guess what we're asking then is, what does it look like,
Yeah, is this something our district
has
is
ever
it ad
done?
hoc? Is it something we could do?
Right, I know
Is it
other
on the
districts
phone?
do it, how much
Well, I
does
mean,
it cost, what does that look
Is
like
it
when
something
you?
that works for us?
Right, yeah, that's what I thought when I saw that, was,
Got it.
what does that look like? Have we ever hired a PR firm, or would be some of my questions?
maybe PR firm is the wrong word. Maybe there's special people out there that do school bond stuff. I don't know.
We hired bond counsel.
Yeah, we hired bond counsel.
Yeah, council, but
that's
that's
different.
different
Well, we
from
need
bond,
someone-
bond
Consultant is
communication.
Yeah, so bond counsel was advising on how to communicate on certain things and what to
Right.
communicate, and that's important.
Maybe that's what I meant by
The
that.
choice is to do it in-house or to hire it out, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I know that some other districts hired it out, cause I saw their stuff and I was like, wow. And they're like, this was all external, like we paid a firm to help communicate that, and that was their sole job and task, was that. And so I was curious if we had ever done that before, had we considered that or not, why yes, why no, and how much does something like that even cost?
Right, is it a good fit for us?
And
Right,
just
is it
for
a
the
good
bond,
fit?
right?
Yes,
Okay,
just for the bond, I'm just,
That was my clarification.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I know
That would
we
just
outsource
be-
other things, yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
So only
I'm
if
just
a bond
curious,
was
like-
called, only for the
Right.
marketing and this, okay.
Yeah, the marketing, I guess that's.
And it's not really marketing, it's educating,
Education.
because we can't,
That's true. Yeah,
I'm
once
like,
it's-
we're not
yeah, you're
marketing.
right.
Yeah.
People feel marketed to already, so.
Right.
That
Right.
was in a
It's-
neuroscience
there-
and
There's some
psychology.
tone
over there,
aspects
isn't
here
Yeah.
that we need to address too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe we should move over to the next, the neuroscience and psychology. Are you ready, David, or?
I'm ready if you're ready, so.
Actually, the systems thinking
Yeah.
two of them, so, yeah, the other one had.
And it goes
a
back
number
to,
of
we've
dogs.
always built schools this way, or we've always done it this way. How do we do that in light of the growth and really provide some awesome opportunities around schools of choice, or, you know, where we alleviate some overcrowding because we offered something special on the side, and so, in light of that.
Right.
Okay. Neuroscience?
For me, I felt like the impact of changing schools on students is tied to what does rezoning do to mental
Yes.
health.
Yeah.
And so I put it on the top part, but I really felt like those two were connected. I think a lot of feedback that we've received is, let's rezone schools, rezone them all except mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is, you know, and that's, I mean, that's
Yeah.
what happens. I mean, rezone all of them and move this and this one, just. of
Anybody but
course-
my kid.
Of course, don't, because it's hard. It's hard on kids. It
Yeah.
is, you know? I mean, we know that it's hard on them. And I remember before I was a board member, I would think, why is that so hard for the board? And then I was on the board that first year, and you have little people coming here crying, saying, please don't move me.
Right?
And then I'd be like, okay, not that school, not that school. And then the next kid would come and say the same thing, okay, not that school,
Cool.
Jimmy, you know? And so that one is a hard one, and I think it is a real thing of talking about how do we rezone and how do we plan for a district that's gonna build this many schools. When you're building this many
Right.
schools, the hard truth of it is you're gonna be rezoned a lot.
Yep. Well, or the fact that maybe we're not gonna be able to build the schools, and we're gonna have to use the existing facilities we've got, and then you're gonna impact even more students, right? If we have to rezone the whole district,
That's gonna be a lot of kids, teachers and parents.
I mean, everyone's gonna have to push a direction, and it's gonna impact a lot of people, and so.
Think about that graph, I don't know, what we call the radius graph, or radius?
Radar chart?
The radar chart, right? And you have all these different pieces, like, okay, it's important for a kid with, we need their daily attendance, they need there for their learning, but if they don't feel connected to someone, so if you change them 2 or 3 times,
Right.
then are they gonna feel connected? And then all the teachers, after COVID, who are trying so hard to establish these relationships, gonna feel like we're uprooting all of that through that process. So those are all, I mean,
In relationships.
yeah, another conversation, not saying we will or won't, but it's a good conversation on at what cost?
And
Right.
then the other aspect of the, did someone have something?
no, go ahead.
Was the one on the top right, it had 5 dots
The
next to it.
unintended consequences of,
Yeah.
quote, punishing your district due to lack of trust.
Yeah, so it's that
Yeah.
issue of trust and what does it look like?
So what would we need administration to bring back to us?
I know.
But I think it goes, for me, when I read that, I was thinking about the whole tax statement going back to the PR firm, because I can't tell you how many people came to me and were like, y'all lied. This was a tax, that said it on my ballot, and people are taking that for, you know, for what it was, right? So when I see that, that's what I'm thinking of, like,
But what does that mean for the district in terms of like tangible, what can they bring us in
PR
regards
we
to,
don't already know.
that we don't?
what we asked for that PR,
PR.
what other districts, and that's kind of what
Okay.
I'm tying it into.
Okay.
Who can we have combat that?
Our
Combat it.
solution, some districts talked about 0.01 cent, or a quarter of a quarter of a quarter of a cent, so then they could say it was a tax increase, so they don't have to try to go uphill against the messaging, because the state said you have to have that messaging.
What that impact is going to be.
What we do if we set the rate,
Yeah, I guess.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So if we were to raise our INS rate at the same time, then we could say it is a tax
It
increase,
is, yeah.
it's this much.
And then have a defined, okay.
But
But it would be point
Without
a
doing
quarter,
that.
do you really wanna do that?
Leaving
Yeah.
it as is,
it's kind of, yeah.
you know.
It's, I think in that area, it's, like to see from administration, what do you think would be the various options, not that we have to choose one, but what are the options that we can do to address or combat?
I think it comes back to this earlier item about how do you manage the ballot language and that issue, right? I mean, there are different approaches that we can employ there, but it's maybe not just a PR exercise.
Right.
Needs more.
Maybe it is.
So can I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
Real quick, sorry. As we think about this notion of trust, and I go back to the climate and community relations, I I'm wondering, is that embedded in this too, or is it really about the notion of the ballot
I
language?
don't think it's all about the ballot.
I don't think it's all about
I
the
think
ballot.
what you're saying.
I don't think it's all about.
And I saw that in the psychology one.
Yeah.
So it's
too.
coming, okay,
Yeah.
I can't read that chart.
But
yet.
I was with
Okay.
you, I said that, I was
Okay.
like, in my mind, I'm
That
like,
makes
I
sense.
don't think it's all ballot language.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because if there's something we need to be digging into more than just the ballot language, I wanna make sure we capture that.
So the
But
person
I think
that,
it's coming back to, I think, I mean, I didn't know where to put it, but it went under neuroscience, but it's that bridging the community versus the board, or the community versus, parent, or teacher versus parent, like, how do we get in there and get back to having real relationships?
And I kind of put that under systems, thinking kind of integrating into the community, because it just seems like as a board, as an administration, they just look at, we're there and they're here on the podium, we're there, and it's one way. It's like, how do we have purposeful, integrated communication?
Two-way communication. And I mentioned this to Bruce, I know in 2017 on that bond, at PTA meetings, at a robotics meeting, like Pam was there at a meeting, Don Heisel was at a meeting. They weren't pushing the bond, people could ask questions about, how does this specifically impact Four
My
Points
school.
Middle School?
Yeah.
How does this specifically impact? And so, and these are people in the community that that was their community. Right? They could have conversations with them and talk to them about, why are y'all
Why is
putting
it
this on
important?
there?
Yeah.
Why does this school get this? And people can ask those questions. And I felt that we, as a board, weren't,
We weren't encouraged?
in that way. And I was curious if that was on, like, because we didn't go seek those
Yeah,
out.
did we need more?
Did we
or was
need
it-
someone to help us facilitate those? Or was that purposeful on why we weren't doing those?
That's a question for us to ask ourselves.
I think so,
because
I
was going to PTA meetings, like, and sitting in, and you're exactly right, like, I was getting that one-on-one, they were asking me, how is this, why did the board make this decision? And, I'm like, well, I'm one of 7 voices, go to this state, you can read this, you can see this. So us being there and in the community does have an impact, and like, I almost am mad at myself because I felt like we were discouraged as a board member from talking about the bond, and it was about in October, I felt like we got guidance from our council, and we're like, yes, you can as a board member, yes, you can, and that's when I started going to those PTA meetings, and I went to Georgianne's thing, with the local, it was all a bunch of 65 plus older voters. Those are our key voters.
I did the Vista
Yeah,
meetings.
so yeah.
So I think it's just
It's a reflection as a board member.
understanding, I think we need a little bit of guidance on what we are allowed to say and do.
Talking points.
Talking points,
I think
give us.
talking points, because we had council come talk to us, but I still think talking points kind of helps us get us the nuances.
I think
of
it
what
was
that looks
even
like.
more than
And
that, like,
yeah.
I was the booster president, and someone from the district had reached out to me and said, hey, when's your next meeting? Can we arrange for a board member to be there,
Yes.
to educate you? And
Yes.
so, I'm curious if there was opportunities
No,
like that.
There
and-
was, that happened with this bond, but I'm just
I
saying.
don't know
in
if
general-
it didn't.
We were not asked.
Oh, no, there was,
Yeah.
it would.
No, I'm saying as a board, we didn't have a
Oh, no,
count,
not
that's
as
what I'm
board
talking about.
members, but I'm just saying in general, whether, bond or no bond, it's just like being out in the community, getting like real-time information, and especially even as it pertains to zoning. I remember there was a time, I think it was Aaron and Trish that came to our school, and it was so well attended. And I mean, so that's even when you have some agenda items, something to talk about, but even just being
Right.
out there, like,
No,
I'm
yeah.
just dropping in to
I
say
understand,
hi.
I'm talking
Right.
specifically
Like
for the
bond.
bond of what
Yes.
I
Yeah.
need from y'all is
To
like,
know the events.
right,
that
to
we can-
understand, is that something that we didn't do or did do, and was that purposeful, was there a strategy?
It was
Or was
for a
it just,
reason.
was it just
done for
logistics
PTA
and COVID and things like
The admin
that?
went to PTA meetings, they did.
The admin
I
did.
know.
Because
Yeah,
there
but
was a
not-
calendar, but we
Yes.
weren't encouraged. There was a calendar, because I was bothering Corey about it, because I was like, I want to go, y'all know me, I have no life. And so I wanted to go, and I kept asking Trish, and it came in our board, but there was no opportunity for us to be like, hey, as a board member, if you want to go here, you can. Or, hey, here's an opportunity to step in. Like, I just started like pushing myself in, because if you notice, PTAs were not advertising this because of the current climate in our community. So they were very like particular and worried about who would show up at these meetings. And then here I walked in, right? No problem in the world. And they were like excited and like, oh my gosh, I didn't know someone from the board is listening. Like, this is what we need. But I don't think admin gave us that permission, I guess. I don't know if we need permission.
I don't know if it was I don't think it was a failure on admin side.
I think it's
coordination.
Yes.
Yeah. And
yes.
I'm not
yes.
clear
Yes.
why, if it was part of the strategy or not. And it may
Yes.
have been that they felt that it was in the best interest for us not to, and that's okay. I'm just trying to find the information as to why and what we think moving forward would be
yes.
helpful there. I know that in 2017, I thought it was really beneficial when I saw Pam at Vandergrift and 4 Points and Steiner stuff, because she was part of, that was her community.
Right.
And the people in that community wanted to talk to her, not to someone from administration.
Right.
They wanted to talk to her.
I think it goes back to utilizing board members and the relationships we have, leveraging, right.
That's it, there's still coordination, y'all, and I think that's the things we're trying to do, especially in the current climate, where you're trying to say something and you don't want it to be taken out of context, and you're trying to make sure you're doing the,
I'm one of
dotting
seven.
your I's and crossing your T's. Psychology, do you need to move this on to there, David? Because that's kind of where we're going anyway, I think.
Yep. Yeah, lack of understanding / impact on district growth.
Yeah, because
So
there were.
I think that this is a really good, some of the chatter that I've read about all of this is that, oh wait, you mean that didn't pass, you mean we don't get our school?
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what it means.
But it also tied back to, but my tax dollars have gone up. Why can't you use that to build my school? So it still ties,
Just take
so
the extra
that,
tax dollars.
that whole part of really understanding how the tax dollars and how the
School
funding
finance.
works.
I think that goes with
Versus-
psychology, rethink
Yeah,
school
it's-
finance, right?
Yeah, but it's still it still was like, so they thought we're definitely gonna get our school because we're paying more in taxes. And so how come we don't get our school? That was, some pretty
Oh, I messed up.
exciting shifts.
The one that got the most dots, Laura Lynn, was, what's good timing for a bond election?
Okay,
Sorry.
no worries, I'm
I
capturing
got
what Sade said, people thinking they would still get their school because tax rates went up, okay.
Right.
Or tax value is really the.
Okay.
Which we don't control.
We don't
Yeah.
control
What
that.
people
But some of the,
Don't preach to the
I
choir
think
here.
some of the lack of understanding too is like, wait, but LISD already owns that piece of land, I heard, in Treviso, in this neighborhood.
We own it,
And
can't do
so,
nothing with it.
of course, we're still gonna build that school on time. And it's like, no, that's, we have the land, but we, without that bond, there won't be that school. And so there was definitely that lack of understanding there.
I think for rethink school finance, it would be good for administration to at least start with a 101.
Yes.
For, this is different now, because we are at risk of being a recapture. And I've
Yes.
talked to
Yeah,
Elaine,
it's
and I
gonna
get
get
it that
worse.
even though it might end up being washed to start, eventually, it's gonna be a huge issue for our district.
Yes.
And when you tie all that into together as a system, it goes back to, if you don't get a VATRE election, then you're not gonna get that MNO to take care of your salaries that we talked about, payroll, all those repairs, and then your INS is also impacted, right? So when you go out and ask for INS dollars, if you think you're gonna do a VATRE, how's all that gonna work together? So I do think,
Like an education.
just a
And-
basic.
Yeah, it's like
A one-pager,
Yeah.
on how school finance
A
works.
graph.
It doesn't exist,
I meant-
Christine.
The page is this big.
I was gonna say, how big is this page?
that
Piece
Yeah,
of
I
paper?
had, yeah.
So I
I
think,
had,
Sorry,
I
Elaine,
think
go
I
for
had
it.
mentioned to Elaine once, it's like, I just want a school finance for dummies, not,
Yes.
not book, but like this
Like a-
one pager.
So I think we need to go back to having financial leadership.
Yes,
And
yes.
Yes.
What did it used to be called?
Financial leadership.
Leander or something?
LISD, yeah.
yeah, there's,
Leadership Leander?
well, we
Yeah.
had leadership LISD,
It
and
was
then we had the
financial.
financial one, and
Yeah.
Yes.
financial leadership LISD.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
And I think both of them actually served a purpose in our
Yeah.
district, and they
Yes.
really,
Yes.
people who wanted to get engaged and be leaders could go to these meetings and find out what was going on, right?
But that's what we talked about when you ignite the growth, right? You have 20 people who are doing this, and then they're going and telling their friends, and then they tell their friends.
And
So it's like, if we're not being that transparent, where those people that have the most questions are getting an answer, then they're not in the community doing that work.
We saw it with the CFAC committee, right? Like we empowered this committee, right, to decide what was for our bond, a charter, right? And what was really cool to see is these individuals who, I had no idea who they were. I feel bad saying that, but people I've not, I don't know, but they were out there in the community advocating for why the CFAC came up with this. Why do we need this? Oh, this is why Gaga pits are in there. That was kind of really amazing to see. Is we took these individuals, they wanted to help, and we empowered them to be like advocates for the district and for the bond. That was pretty awesome.
I have a clarifying question on what's good timing for a bond election? What would you like to see? Can you define good?
That tied back into functional capacity and maximizing resources, understanding growth. In terms of timing, if we put this out in May and it passes, we're able to do this, and this.
Okay.
If we don't do this in May, or it fails in May, timing-wise, understanding those impacts, and I think being able to visually see what those impacts are, because when we had the bond informational, it said, elementary this, elementary, middle school, and I think it's real hard
it's abstract.
For people to think about it in that way of, if we don't do this, this elementary school will not open
in this year.
And so.
And the elementary school that your kids go to will grow to 1,000 kids, or will go to 1,500 kids.
Or, I don't know if we can say that, because we don't know if we'll rezone, and stuff like that. But I think, when I think of good timing for the bond election, there's like voter turnout and voter engagement and all of those pieces. But I was also thinking a lot about timing to educate people, for me getting the information I need on understanding the growth and the impacts, and having enough time to educate the community on those impacts.
Right.
Is what I'm thinking about in timing. Like, I have a friend that lives in Treviso, and is just like, we need this school. How can we not get this school? And, everybody there wants that school so badly. I get it. Mason's going to be very overcrowded. But at the same time, is there enough? I worry when we talk about good timing, I think it's really important that we factor in that timing, enough time to get the information and really listen to people, right?
Yes.
And listen to that information, not just like you said, people will learn really quickly if you ask me stuff and then don't do anything with what you ask me. And so, in timing, is there enough time for us to ask questions and listen and reflect?
And like you're talking about leadership, LISD, leadership finance, those things take time.
Right,
To build.
those take time, and so I know that's really a convoluted
That's great.
response,
Thank
but
you.
those are all the things.
I think I understand how to lay out, so if we go to bond in May and these things pass, here's what happens. If we don't go to bond in May and we go to bond in November, here's the timing of these things happening. If we don't go to bond in May or November, but go the following May, here's the timing of what these things happen.
So
And
a
in the
stair step.
meantime, we'll show you
What
what the
happened.
growth looks like at each campus, so you can start to see the impacts of
Yeah.
those decisions.
We know that's all.
And visually see that,
And
right?
then on the flip side of that, there's the timing in terms of, if we go in May, there's no time to educate or listen to anybody. So do we want to do that? But if we go in November, there's other implications like board elections, gubernatorial elections, et cetera.
Yeah, turnout's higher, but it's
then-
all the way down at the bottom. Like,
So
how many pages of that?
Feel comfortable?
Sure.
So, wait, to be fair, we asked you for like the moon and back. Would it be fair, and maybe this is at our next board meeting, from that, for you to say, these are all the things that I heard y'all ask for me?
Yes.
And for us to kind of narrow those down of like what we really need?
Well, can we, I think admin, can we give them,
Yeah.
like,
Okay.
let's just take a break.
Okay.
Give them some time
Okay.
to get together and let them kind of make their game plan.
Erin has
And then
one.
see what we need, yeah.
Just quickly, why people voted no was my item here. We haven't really talked about it. I
Okay.
was surprised that I was the only one to put a dot next to it. Seems to me that this is a pretty fundamental psychological question about why people voted no.
We're going to get to that.
But isn't it
But
part
okay.
of the lack of trust one?
But you're
Well,
saying you want the data.
I wanna know why.
that.
We're
It's-
assuming.
It's a big question, right?
That is a
And
big question.
a data set is a part of that. There's a lot of narrative, a lot of dialogue, a lot of discussion, a lot of understanding. So, and related to that, in my opinion, 50.1% of our community supporting a bond issue does not make me happy. Right? We could be successful and still have failed in our effort to really understand and restore trust with our community. We could go build all of our buildings, and people would still be reluctant to send their kids because there are fundamental issues that they feel are in play. And so,
Well, assuming that's why they voted no, maybe the fundamental no is, I mean, I think you're fair, but we talked about over here ballot language, we talked about
Or
trust.
lack
I
of
think
trust.
you're right.
here's my point. Let me be
look at
really
all-
explicit, right? Solve the ballot language, you get to 50.1 or 5 or 7 or whatever, and we get to build our buildings. And you still have a bunch of pissed off people. And I think this conversation has gravitated towards how do we get the bond issue passed? How do we get over the bar in terms of the election? And my question is, how do you get people happy, not how do you get over the bar? And I think we've got a big gap there that we don't adequately understand, and we all know that there are divisions in our community that are driving some of those things. We gotta have some really important conversations about how do we make everybody happy together around some of these really divisive questions and issues, right? Without that, I think we're really ignoring a large part of what's going on in our community that we need to address in this context.
We're getting, the survey on Thursday has all of that, right?
Vaseline?
It has
Yeah.
some,
Some of it, right?
Well, it has some of the things,
Some
I
of
think
it.
to Aaron's,
Yeah.
Aaron, I get your point, let's talk about this in the context of the system, right? What is going on with our students and parents and community? But I also see that as part of climate and part of some of the other pieces, so I feel like there's more. Are you seeing this as not part of that?
What, can I say, I'm looking at yours, and I'm realizing that I made assumptions on the why.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I'm looking at where I said, oh, the why is because of the language, the why is because of the PR, and you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm making assumptions that I know why.
I know people in our community who voted no on purpose, understood the language,
Got it. Me too.
understood what the implications would be for zoning and students and all of that, and still said no. And it wasn't about the bond.
It's about trust. Is it about
You
trust?
could repackage the bond 100 different ways. You could make everyone crystal clear on what the ballot language meant, and they still would have voted no. And I just think that's a really significant component of what's going on here, and I didn't see it through the other discussion. And so I think we've got to be.
But you know why that is? Because personally, I assumed it was that lack of trust. I mean, all the other things we've talked about, but I thought that why people voted no was also captured in that lack of trust. Is there something else that we should be looking at? I mean,
When
we're
we
gonna
say
get the
lack
survey.
of trust, I
Yes.
think the risk is we just start to apply what we
Our
think
reasons.
the lack of
The
trust
trust
was
means.
about.
Let's be sure we
I've
know.
heard people talk about lack of trust was, you said it wasn't a tax increase, but the ballot said it was, and so I didn't trust the ballot initiative, right?
Yeah.
Other people interpret trust in different ways, but that's the whole key question, right? Is what is that really all about?
Do you think, is it gonna end up being one thing? Is that what you're thinking, or do you
I'd be
think there's
shocked
layers?
if it was one
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
Right?
it's lots of
Okay.
different things.
And I think it's the why, like you said, and which one of those can we impact? When we
Which
see
ones
that,
can we fix?
because there's gonna be some that we can't,
We're
but
never
I
gonna
think
get a
you're
yes.
right, like, I'm looking at it and hearing you, and I made assumptions on what I believed were the whys, without really thinking about, like, that's what we need, we
And
need
it-
to see the,
If we
you know.
fix some of the whys,
Yeah.
we'll go from 49 to 50. More of the whys will go from 49 to 55. And the question is understanding how
How
to
many
get.
of the whys can we, how many of the why knows can we fix?
Well, we don't
Well, no,
know
I
what-
think the
we
biggest
need to
thing
know
though
what
right
they
here,
are
we
first.
need to know what they are.
Mandates.
But I would take it even a step further, because if you look at 2020 election versus the election we had in November, what, 2,300 people voted out of how many registered people? So how can we get people to actually?
Go vote.
23,000.
Right, right. How do we get our community to come out and vote? Because 2020 election, we had what, 40,000 people, 60,000, compared to how many? Right, but that's, I feel like is one that goes back into
You won't have to
bond
do
Tommy.
anything for more people to turn out in November.
Right, but we had a
You-
November one.
Well, this coming
This-
November.
This, right, but for me, this is what
But-
but it goes back to the timing of the bond, this is what I'm looking
My
at.
caution is simply, don't assume that because more people vote, more people will support your issue,
True.
Well,
right?
but I guess what I'm doing is, we have a big community, it's hard for me to, 2,000 people, like, that's where, I can't remember how many people, no, this last election, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
It was 20.
I think that's like my thing though, is like, yes, we can do that, but for me, I still wanna see the bigger picture, cause there's so many people who didn't vote. Why didn't you vote? Why didn't you get out and vote? That's where I agree with you're saying, but it's like, for me, it's a whole combination.
We're doing extensive research on the why people voted no, and we're gonna bring you that data.
Okay.
On Thursday.
Well,
Thursday, right?
and I see that as,
The conversation.
I think we're all
That's a
talking
beginning.
about
Okay.
several,
Yeah.
we're talking about several components, though. One is, when we have a bond election, what do we need to do to get it? What are the measures at least we need to do and be responsible about to present to the community? But I even see before that, because we've hit pause in a way, we've also, and I've heard y'all say it several times, board members go, okay, well, can we rethink? How are we designing this? And are we doing this well? Are we just doing something we've always done before and we need to rethink some? So I think that's in here too. So I'm hearing layers of conversation. So one is about the bond, but one's about how are we building out the system, and are we still in the same direction we want to go? So it does build, I think. Does that make sense? That there's components to it? Varied? Okay.
Yes.
Let's take a 10-minute break and let them talk and tell us kind of what else they need before we.
That's perfect.
That was rich.
Okay, let me get that.
Things that had to be said. Talk through it. You did exactly what I wanted to do.
Hey, so here's the question.
Yes.
right, David, whenever you're ready to begin.
All right, so coming back.
Where are we going?
Where are we going?
It sounded like directions.
Oh, he's got Siri sending us on a road trip. So we talked, and we feel like we have, as the administration, enough information from all of these sheets to be able to start putting together the data that we need to bring back to the board. We'll start to actually do that by this meeting on Thursday. So we'll post some things in addition to the board agenda on Monday, and we'll add all of the data that we need for those items by Monday night, so that it's still within the 72 hours of posting requirements, so that you can look at it, so that the public has access to that information as well. And then we can have some of those robust conversations on Thursday night. The one thing that we feel like we really need to dig deeper into right now, though, is this why people voted no issue that Aaron brought up. So we're going to turn that to David and let him help us to dig deep into that in the next 45 minutes or so. And then we do want to spend some time on superintendent evaluation. That's on the agenda. We'll do a plus delta on that before we leave. And the very last thing we want to address is that P3 list that's up there. So we're going to get you to prioritize those before we leave. So that's kind of the rest of the agenda for the day. Some really important work, I think, that we get to do in the next little while. And we're glad we have David and Sarah to lead us through.
Awesome. So I don't know about you, but I thought that was a really rich discussion we just had on all those things and necessary. So that was well done. So I want to bring you back to this before we just jump into another tool and on the framework and the process. So we've done some work in initial conditions and getting background, working through things. The second, and stage 2, is defining the probability. And the Sarah Squareds have done a great job over here on the left, and they put down a problem statement trying to really identify what is the current situation, what's the impact, and what's the ideal of what we're trying to work through, which is awesome. We used this input here to say, okay, what is the current situation? The current situation is not always just data. It's sometimes process and background and information, all kinds of things. And you guys were really great at giving us some priority about what needs to be understood. So we're moving into stage 4. What are the causes? So, and our discussion led us right to that's where we're at. So this morning when we were doing the exercise in the F-test, we used the lotus diagram to look at the causes of the situation. We're going to actually use an interrelationship diagram to try to understand how these things are interrelated. But the first thing we need to do is generate a list of causes. So, is that your cue? You're going to do it on the flip chart? So basically what we're looking at, if we end up with a huge list of causes, then we're going to have to prioritize them down pretty quick before we do the interrelationship, because interrelationship is a fabulous tool of really understanding the things we need to work on to get the biggest impact. But you start to get over 9 is about my max with that. It gets too complicated and stuff. So we'll see what comes out. So we're just going to go around, and we'll start over here with Christine and either generate what you perceive as one of the causes for the bond issue not passing, right? And if you just need more time to think, you can just say pass. And if you say pass, doesn't mean you pass forever. Okay. Just one round.
So
right?
I have a question.
So, yes.
So I already read our board book brief for next week, and I saw the survey results on when we put the survey out and gave us the key findings of why people didn't vote. So do I just read this? Because my perception and my views have already been clouded because I've read the data already.
I think, like from Aaron's point, that there's some things that may not be in the data that we need to generate anyway. So,
well, I would suggest the data informs your view, doesn't cloud it.
I mean, we should start with those.
Can we put those up there and then we'll see if we
I think that's what I want to make sure we don't get in trouble because this is an agenda item for this Thursday and I am reading off of this agenda item right here because again, I already read, I read the survey yesterday and I don't know if I can, right, but it's not on our item. And so I'm just, don't want to get us in trouble is all.
Yeah, I think it's not digging into all that material anyway. We're going to do that with Basilisk, but to go ahead and tell them the items, I don't think that's prohibited because that informs your why people voted no.
Just making sure I don't want to get us in trouble.
You won't, and I would just suggest that you bring, as you go around, you just bring up one of those every time you go around and it'll show up on there. I mean, how you want to do that is up to you, I think.
That would be my preference, and then if we get done and there's still more items on your list that haven't been brought up, then great, then let's add them.
I was just worried about parliamentary procedures
Yeah.
and whatnot. I didn't understand that.
So.
It's like Robert Rule, we were on a very fine line.
So once again, Christine.
Ballot language.
And also, as we're doing this, if you need any
Ballot language.
if you need clarification about what somebody's saying, this is the time to do that too. So,
Distrust of the board.
Mask mandate.
I'm sorry, I have to throw a small wrench. What about if white people didn't vote at all? Are we only talking about people voting no, or is it the fact they...
we're asking why didn't the bond issue pass?
Yeah. So I think that would be a different question. Because I think maybe some people just assumed bonds pass, people care about the schools. So...
Yeah, why
Well,
the bond did not
pass. Because one of the reasons could be not enough people came out to vote. So,
So mine is, some people made an assumption that they thought it was, their vote wasn't needed.
Change the heading. You have another.
Yeah, they stayed home.
You'll have to condense it down, but they didn't understand the consequences of a failed bond.
Community climate.
Communication.
Books.
DEI.
Teacher pay.
can you clarify that? Or they didn't come out to vote because
This was not going to increase teacher pay.
Okay.
Facility utilization. Or underutilization.
Items that were on the list. I guess there was some discussion about different pieces that people didn't want on there.
Mm.
Tax increase.
Bruce, to clarify, you're not saying it was a tax increase, but there was a perception.
Well, the bond did not pass, yeah, because of the perception of tax increase.
Well, and to clarify, any bond issue is a tax increase. It may not be a tax rate increase or require a tax rate increase, but it is a tax increase because we have to repay it.
Right, so it's an increase in the amount of debt the district has, I think is what, yeah, it's all tied to that, which you have to pay more taxes over time, yeah.
So is that still clear enough? No?
So I think it's a amount of debt increase. Does that frame it better?
Misinformation.
Is that different than communication?
Yes.
It's bad.
I think this might go with voters stayed home but didn't find the time to vote, because I know during this election, we had our bands all competing in San Antonio, and they love my band people. They know they get out and vote, and I think we missed a very big key audience. So
is that different from voters stayed home though?
that's what I can't, maybe, yeah, I think it's the same. But maybe it's like election time, I don't know.
I was going to add one that was lack of early voting locations led to people. So I think the staying home is more than just stayed home. Some people stayed home because there was the assumption school bonds always pass. I didn't think I needed to go vote for it. And that was kind of what you mentioned. You mentioned there were a lot of people out of town because it was band thing. I know in the 4 Points area, there wasn't any early voting locations nearby. And so everybody was just like, that was so inconvenient. I had to go all the way over here or there. And then came election day and it was like, oh, I got busy or I forgot. And so I think the stay home is more, there's different reasons. And I think it's the assumption that the bond, that I didn't need to vote. And for the one I was going to add was the lack of early voting locations.
Maybe just, I don't know. Leave it. It's still kind of voters.
You have to remember it wasn't just band, it was football championships and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
so there was a lot of very
stuff.
involved parents who were unavailable at the time.
That's
so
what I'm trying. I don't know
I'm
how
not
you
sure how
word
you
that.
capture that.
Maybe poor timing.
We kind of got out of order here. Did we miss somebody?
So I think basically just the not understanding how school finance works, which kind of ties into teacher pay and tax increase too. So those kind of tie into each other.
So we have distrust of the board up there, but we also, we need distrust of the district as a whole.
I was just going to say curriculum. It's connected with books and DEI and some other things and distrust of district, but I think given the information we had in I guess it was the second Basilisk survey, the broad topic that they gathered some of the feedback under was curriculum. I think so, in the sense that it's broader than book clubs and it is maybe a little different than the diversity office and some of that sort of thing.
I guess I'd build on Aaron's a little because I'm reminded of this conversation I had when I was on campus. Same day, 2 different parents, both talking about our curriculum, but they were looking at them in different ways. So they both had a concern with curriculum, but it was different parts. So I just would like to maybe put an asterisk or something on that. Some people were concerned our curriculum was going in one direction, and then somebody else is concerned your curriculum is going in the other direction. And so I don't know how you kind of best state that. I don't have a sentence for it, so I just said an asterisk.
And the same is kind of true on the mask piece, because I think that was twofold as well from both sides, right?
Yeah.
So Trish, we're still.
Then I would say cost. So it was either the total cost of the bond or the cost of the items that were in the bond. And I'm not saying that was a big factor or any factor, it's just a factor I heard mentioned. I don't know the weight or whatever.
I think the election was somewhat partisan, which that wasn't necessarily true before. So I think politics weighed in. I don't know how to say that exactly, but.
Would it be partisan politics?
I think so. I think there were parties weighing in, influencing how people voted, regardless of the issue itself.
Maybe a turnout bias, is that what you're saying? I'm not suggesting what kind of bias, but if other issues, other races on the ballot turned out the electorate in a particular way, is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think so. So I think like the Republican Party was putting out information from the Republican Party about local issues, right? And I think the Democratic Party was doing the same thing. So
It became a partisan issue. Partisan politics got involved.
Alexis, anything else? Just pass?
I don't know how to say this right, but when a facility request comes in, a lot of the time it's just kicked down the curb, and I know there's a lot of distress, like, we're going to trust you with all this money to fix our things, but how long is this going to take? I don't know how to put that. A lot of people were unaware of our bond. What is the thing we have at the end of every meeting on construction? The bond, but there's a whole chart with all from the 2007, I think, and 2017 bond. The transparency, and a lot of people did not see that and didn't know we had a bond charter, did not know we had this chart that comes at every single board meeting that shows us, hey, we're not mismanaging money, the money is right here. So I don't.
So that's the financial spending, isn't it? So we have, no, I would say you should.
Transparency. But I
don't. But also,
but we did it though.
There was. You can say that we were. You can say that we are being transparent. The question is, do people know, or do they understand? So financial transparency could have been I think it was an issue.
I like that.
People raised.
I like that. I'm sorry, what were you saying, Bruce?
I think it's related, but one of the things I heard was you have money left over from 2017. Why are you asking for more money?
Right. There was like that constant, and I remember I told you this. I had a conversation with a parent, and she was like, "You have this bond, this money. This chart at every board meeting." I had no idea, and I'm like, "Yes, this board at the December 3rd meeting empowered our admin. Hey, we need this charter." So I don't know how to. I think maybe it goes back to the communication, but I think the financial transparency, and that's not to say that Elaine has not provided transparency. It's just, thank you.
Might be related, but the previous bond, where there was some discussion about some of the items on that bond that hadn't been completed or done, and so why are we asking for more money?
Okay. I'm going to suggest, since we're running short on time and we've also got two exhaustive lists, that maybe we pause there unless somebody has something really, we got 12 on each sheet, so.
Anna, was there anything we missed? Y'all got everything from the survey, I was saying.
There we go. Awesome. So what I'm going to suggest now, and Sarah doesn't know this, but because it's such a huge list of 24 items, that I'm going to divide the board into two groups, and she's going to take one group, I'll take one group, and you're going to walk them through a NGT and get a prioritization of that, and then take the top 7 from your group and take them right into an interrelationship diagram, and then we'll come back and compare the two. Awesome. Can you do that? Okay.
Wait, where'd the other Sarah go? She left you.
She had to leave.
So if you four on this side can go with Sarah, and you four can come with me, and I'll explain to you the process, and away we go. Want to take that one?
Yeah, are you having them do all, or are you gonna?
All.
do-
So they're
Okay.
going to do an NGT on these 12.
All of them.
Yep.
Yep.
And you're going to do it on
Yep.
that list, and then you take your top 7 and do your interrelationship. And
Okay.
after the counting exercise this morning, I want to make sure I could still count to
Right.
12. So, all right. So we got 12 issues. I'm going to turn my mic off.
There's the mic. All right, we're still mics, so they can.
Okay, so you got 12 issues. So GT,
So it's another
what you're trying to do is you're going to rank these.
We turned it on.
But what you're gonna do.
You're going to rank these from 12 down to 1.
So we have
With
12,
12 being what
right?
is perceived
So
the
you're
most
going
important
to,
issue.
you have numbers 1 through 12.
And all you're going to do
right?
is
So you're
once
gonna
you sort
literally
of
just
kind of
put,
figure
like, if
that
you
out,
felt like
you're going to just
ballot
put
language
your
was
number
the most important
out here to the side,
reason
and then we're just going to end
of
up with
why
numbers.
it didn't pass, then you would give that a 12.
Priority.
If you feel like,
Individual,
you know,
yes.
the least important was facility utilization, you would give that a 1. So you have numbers 1 through 12. You're literally just going to.
And 12 is the most important.
12 is the most important.
So you want to get a high number,
Yes.
wins.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So you grab marker. He got it.
That shouldn't be in that.
Those are for the whiteboard. They just don't write. They don't write good.
And you'd rather just
Oh, you have.
yeah.
sit
Yeah.
here and I'll write your numbers out ahead of time and then come up with
Oh, okay.
Better. Easy too.
Yeah.
1 is not, it's important, but it's at the bottom, right?
What is not important?
Are you having them do it at their spot?
They can do it either way. I told them they can do it either way, so. I'm just going to do each of these in order.
Wait, what's one? Is one the most?
12 is the most.
12 helps the look, I think, is like.
Yep.
Okay, so you can just put the letters on your sticky note.
In, yeah.
And then
And it's answering the question, not why people voted no, but why the leaders fell, right?
Yep.
Right. Close to the same, a little bit over seven.
I touched it, yeah.
Right.
you're gonna rank them 12 down to 1, 12 being the highest.
The numbers effort?
So whenever you're ready, just write your numbers up on the side. Just make sure the highest number is most important.
Okay. So that's my hires. Yep.
I believe in you. I believe in you.
I'm glad you're writing, because I'm not up here.
Your other right.
Use a column out on the right. That way we can still see.
That way they can see the list.
You start.
Okay.
Good, right?
Yes.
I was just trying to read while you were.
Got it? Thank you. Wait, I have to do this on the 14th. Yeah. Thank you. And that's-
wants to help me, you can help me.
Add?
Get phones out and we can do quick ads.
It's just 4 1-digit numbers.
I'm not gonna get my phone, but you can go ahead. I think it's necessary, but I'm gonna let you put it in your head.
Start from the bottom, that's easy, 14.
Yep. I would have to carry and.
Make groups of 10.
I was like, makers of 10, that's what I see when I look up there.
When I went to school, it was carry.
And it's so funny because everybody's just like, oh, well, that's the new math. And I was like, oh, but you know what? If you think about how you do mental math, is how, exactly how they're teaching
All
it now.
makers of 10.
It makes a lot more sense.
Oh my gosh.
I would have understood what we did today, this whole carry, I'm like, I don't know what that, but 10? Well, that makes sense.
Have you ever heard of numberless word problems?
No.
Okay, so when I was an IA at Reagan,
So,
we'll chat. Okay. It's fascinating.
38 and 35.
32 below it.
31's up top, C. There's another 31.
31.
C.
Is there another 31? No? Oh, no, okay, sorry.
27.
27.
And then grade,
So you want to circle those in red? Or no?
No, it's good enough.
Okay.
We know the
Get what you
top
need?
7 that we're gonna work on, so.
Okay, now what?
Now we're gonna do,
Fun part.
Goosebumps, here we go. All the principals and teams who did this in the summer, they're like, oh my goodness,
This is
they're
the fun
doing
part.
that, right?
Turns into the caterpillar, that's what blows my mind.
okay, so I can either just do the letters and
Yep.
then you can refer back to this.
That's fine.
Okay.
So G, you want me to read them off to you?
Yeah, yeah.
In
Just
top
start-
order?
Yeah, you just start at the top.
Oh, so random?
Um,
Can we use one word, because I think that,
Yeah,
I,
in my brain, I wanna see.
Okay.
Yeah.
if we
So,
could just use the word.
so the word distrust.
Yep. Distrust?
Tax increase or amount of debt, however you want to write it.
Tax? Dollar sign, there you go.
Yeah. Okay. Misinformation. Understanding school finance,
Understanding.
or just school finance.
School finance. Yep.
School balance. Curriculum.
27? 27. Oh, there's another one. Top 5.
Are you doing it in order?
No, I missed one.
Because
One
the
more.
assumption we didn't need to vote.
24.
Yeah, assumption.
Assumption?
Okay, so those are our top
No
7.
vote.
All right.
Yeah.
How about just assumed? Assumed the bond was passed. Right?
Yeah.
David, do you want to debrief at all of this and just jump into?
Cost of bond.
We're just jumping in, right? Okay.
Cost of bond.
I don't need a chart.
That would be.
We're gonna do it on here.
Right.
What do you need, Sarah?
Just ours on the bottom.
I'm afraid. There we go. Just stick it up there. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. All right. So our first
what are you
one
gonna
was.
So our
Ballot
job
language.
through this is to try to figure out,
Here, move it over here.
is one of these having a bigger impact over
Let's switch
everything
those out
else.
so
So
she's
if we
on.
worked on that, we would have, we might impact
needs to
more
get
Does she see it? Okay.
other areas at the same time.
Communication.
So is there a relationship between distrust and tax increase?
Communication.
Thank you.
So which
Okay.
affects which the most?
Consequences, just with consequences.
Okay.
Tax increase affect the distrust.
So what we're gonna do,
Distrust and school finance. Those related?
and this is actually in your book, it's called an interrelational diagram. So what we're gonna go through is a process to look at, while we say that these are the top reasons, we're gonna really look at what is the driver, kind of that root cause to all of this. So for each one, I'm gonna ask you, is there a connection? And if there is, then what drives the other one? Okay, so we're gonna start. So if you, ballot language and community climate. Is there a connection?
But you have to decide.
And there does not have to be a relationship.
It can be 51-49, but.
I think why, it goes back to what you said, partisan politics, I think. I do, I mean, if
I see the connection I see with this one.
Because there was.
These are the two that I see connected.
Okay, we're gonna get there.
Yeah.
So, and the reason why I say that though is because
Is that funny?
you are having a nonpartisan race turn into partisan politics, and that to me is the community climate. We're in a community that is split.
Ballot language.
Because it's how you perceive it, it's all about politics, that's the way I'm looking at it, because I know my party in particular, when you think about the community climate, this ballot language, right?
But the ballot language is more, this is a tax increase.
Right, but I'm looking at it as a party lens, and unfortunately, like the way our community is, it's very political when you've got both parties coming into it.
The next question she's gonna ask is,
If there is a relationship, right, so if there's a relationship between these two, does ballot language drive the community climate?
No.
Does community climate drive ballot language?
when you asked that question, I said there's no connection.
I still say community climate, but I don't think it's a big one though.
Okay.
If it's.
Okay, so I'm not hearing consensus on a
I'm just going by what I see.
This gets better and that
Ballot
gets better,
language
this
and
gets better, that gets
communication,
better.
is there a relationship?
I think it's the other way, sorry.
Yeah, like, I mean,
Communication to ballot.
Well, no, I just,
Yeah,
you
it's
have to answer.
the
Yeah,
direct-
yeah.
direct
curriculum on its own.
I don't like that.
The
Okay.
first question is, does the relationship even exist?
Yeah,
But-
does it even exist? Okay, so if it does exist, does the ballot language drive communication, or does communication drive ballot language? Thinking about, did.
Well, ballot language drives communication because that is set by the legislature, but it influences, we have to change this to.
I know, but how many think that was more of an
I don't
effect?
think we changed our communication effectively this round, and so distrust, yes.
How many think?
So
that
ballot
that's-
language does drive communication.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
It's hard to, it's weighted because curriculum's so big, right?
Ballot
And then
language
what
and
is,
consequences, so the unintended consequences of.
They'll go to something.
Yeah, so is there a relationship?
Is there a relationship?
No. Because the ballot language is specific to the tax rate, the consequences has to do with long-term facility pay. That's how I
Yeah,
look
but
at
the
it.
ballot language says we're going to build new schools, we're gonna fix existing schools.
The ballot language doesn't say that though, it says no tax increase. It doesn't say anything about building schools though. That's, like, when I'm thinking of the ballot language, I'm thinking of, this is not a tax, this is a tax increase.
Yeah, I
That's what I'm
understand.
talking about. And so, no, I don't think that
But
is.
the ballot language is broader than just this.
Shouldn't have started with
how do
ballot
you
language.
interrelation, like,
Ballot
this
language
might be
is
a part of it, but it's still
bad.
the
Let's keep working.
Yeah, still put it on there.
So
Is there a connection?
is there a
But not
relationship?
that way, you're saying there's no
Just,
relationship.
we'll get to the area. Is there a relationship between the two?
I think we had consequences because of the mandate.
I mean, I think
If
you
you
make
look
that.
at the grade, and which way does it go?
Yeah, I think it's more, you know where I'm going with this.
I think just be careful, the consequences one is, the bond failed because voters didn't understand the consequences of the
Oh,
failed
okay.
bond.
See, that's where I'm going with it, yes.
Okay, had nothing to do with it, yeah, I
All right,
understand, yeah.
so ballot language and
Yes.
distrust of the board.
Yes.
So is
think
there
there is a
a relationship there?
How, I guess I can ask the question later. I'm just wondering how as a board we can explain the ballot language. Like, what impact do we have on that since it's set through the state? Does it go to communication? Sorry, I'm getting ahead of time.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we'll get there, we'll get there. Okay, so
It's really
did
perception.
the ballot language drive the distrust of the board, or did the distrust of the board drive the fact that the ballot language
Yes, down.
So when we see an arrow up,
Up.
arrow up.
Yes, that's, yes, yes.
Misinformation.
Because it seemed like we were.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, down.
Down.
I would say communication.
So that further drove
Yeah.
this distrust of the board.
Understanding,
Okay,
education.
voter apathy and ballot
Information,
language.
I'm thinking of like flyers.
Okay, so no connection.
Right.
All right, no relationship, sorry. Ballot language and
Ooh,
facilities.
but-
You-
So,
okay.
yeah, it's.
Again, you're thinking about your 65 over crowd, right? People on fixed incomes. I know we have homestead exemptions, but I know there were individuals who did not vote because they don't have kids in the district and because of the tax increase. They're like, my taxes are high, but I don't know if that could apply to the whole rate.
The voter apathy is people who didn't go and vote.
Right.
So they couldn't have been influenced by the ballot language because they didn't go vote.
But we did that, like, I get what you're saying, right? But the consensus, right, is when people did start voting in the early elections.
Understand, it
people
was
were like,
understandable.
I remember this, you know, simple ballot score, right? I remember this because it was going on social media. People were screenshotting the sample ballot, right? Circling it. What happened, LASD? You're saying right here, my simple ballot, this is increase, and I'm not gonna vote.
Yeah, then they
Right.
would have gone.
Or did it, I mean, I couldn't vote.
Yeah.
So what's our consensus? Is there a connection?
I don't think it's.
No.
I'm just seeing what I saw. Yeah, they all go with whatever they say. I mean, I'm just talking to people.
Come to
We
agreement.
have to agree and.
I will, whatever you want.
Okay, we'll revisit this one. Okay, so ballot language and facility utilization.
Yeah.
Is there a connection?
The total cost affects the
Mm-mm.
perception about tax.
And we're off that one. Yeah.
Maybe if the bond wasn't
Okay.
as high, then it
All
would
right.
make more sense.
Right. Okay, so we're gonna move to community climate. We've already had this discussion, so now I'm gonna talk about this one. Community climate and communication. Is there a relationship?
Yes.
I tried this later,
And
after I
so-
went through that thing, and I got all confused.
Does the community climate drive communication or communication drive?
But do we have to pick one direction?
You can only pick one.
Cannot be bi-directional.
Correct, correct. So Anna is saying,
Community climate drives communication.
The only reason why is I feel like we.
Should it or did it?
No, okay, I'm thinking of.
Misinformation.
Did it, but are we talking about did it?
Messy, sorry.
Unless you're just.
I think the reason, okay, I can see it both ways, and here's my thing. The community climate, right?
which affects which the most? That's another way to phrase that. So which, so does
Okay,
community
okay.
climate affect communication or communication affect community climate?
Oh, so when you put it like that, I think communication affects community climate.
I agree with you.
I like that one.
I think you can control community climate through your
That's where, you know, that's where I was
communication.
going
So
with
I
that.
think it drives up.
So it goes
Yeah.
up?
Yeah. What do you think, Charlotte?
Yes, I agree, yeah.
What we do and don't teach.
Okay,
Right.
is there a relationship between community climate and the consequences of, not understanding the consequences of a failed comp?
Yes? I guess?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'm hearing both.
Okay, wait, hold on, define climate, like, are we talking just like the overall, like, attitude of the community, right?
Yeah.
And so I think, if I'm looking at voters that understand,
I think it did affect it because
But I think that's what they're,
false narrative thinking.
yeah,
Yes,
that's.
there you go, there you go.
And
What
I
was
just
that?
felt like that's what they're covering, the misinformation. That's the parts that I thought they were gonna cover.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's
So,
something different.
based on our community
False
climate,
information, yeah.
led to people not understanding the campus.
I like that, yes, that's,
Okay, so
yeah.
what I'm hearing is there is a relationship,
Yes.
and it sounds like this
Down.
drove,
Yes,
this
yes,
affected
yes,
this,
yes.
right? This affected this. Okay, so community climate and distrust of the board, is there
Yes,
a relationship?
yes.
Okay, so there's a resounding yes. Okay, does community climate affect the distrust of the board, or the distrust of the board affects the community climate?
It's the.
You can only go one way.
I think we're in a vicious circle on that.
I think I agree. I think there's a bigger climate that's driving distrust of the board.
Okay,
I will agree.
so,
No.
Yeah.
okay, all right, so community climate and voter apathy, is there a connection, is there a relationship between those two?
For the voters that stayed, I'd say yes, because it was an off-year election, people don't get out and vote.
Yeah, but no, but is that related?
Oh, yes, because we had all these activities going on, we had missing, we
Yeah,
had
but that's
stuff.
not community climate, it's
But
not
it's-
about climate.
See, I'm thinking of community, that's why I asked, like, the community in general, not the hostility of the community.
It's the climate of the community,
Yeah,
right?
it's the climate.
So is there a connection between that and voter apathy?
I'm still going yes on that, but again, I'm just basing it on the conversations I've had with people, that's it.
Does the community climate drive the voter apathy?
I mean, again, I'm just basing on like the conversations I've had with people, you know, and they just weren't motivated to get out and vote.
This one actually is voters stayed home, didn't vote, right?
Right, they weren't
So
motivated to get out.
They were not motivated because of the climate.
People are mad. People are.
That's why
No,
they
they
didn't
were
vote.
going to vote no.
No, they did not though. That is not true. That is not true. I can tell you
So what
for
I'm
fact.
hearing is that some stayed home because they were like, I'm not gonna go vote for it.
People were mad because one, we did the mask thing. People were like, why should I trust the board? Why should I even take the time to go on? There was a lot of
Plop
So
out
I'm
next
hearing
slide.
maybe a
Due
connection
to
there
this, what you're looking for is the areas that have the most.
and driving this.
Yeah.
Good.
So are y'all good with that?
All
All right, and I heard this way. Okay, so community climate and facility utilization.
It's not worth working on, really. It's not really.
I'm seeing a shaking of head.
It'd be a nice to do, but it wouldn't be the priority.
Is there a relationship?
So that's what we're asking.
I know, that's what I'm trying, I need y'all to help me like.
Like the anger in the community, did that result in
Is a priority.
people thinking that?
Because I think it's a big driver, and I think there's a lot of potentials in.
Well, it's the whole information.
Yeah, see, and that's where it goes, see, that's where I'm getting into.
Does the way we utilize our facilities
Well, and I
affect
think
it?
the other part of that is
See, is that
that
what we're
goes
asking?
with
That's what we'll get to, right? If there's a
Is that
relationship, does that?
now.
Hearing maybe no?
I don't.
Now they're all thinking,
Okay.
what we're going.
All right, so we've done that one, so we're on to communication, so.
So it's that
So communication
after the fact.
and
is that-
the voters didn't understand.
The consequences.
So I don't know.
Is there a relationship?
Absolutely, double-minded.
Okay.
Just circle it all, Sarah, forever.
So, okay, so does communication affect
Yes.
consequences or consequences affect
No, communication effect.
So it's that way.
Okay, all right, so then we go to communication and distrust of the
Yes,
board.
yes,
I
yes.
don't know that you don't do
Yes,
anything,
yes.
Yours,
but
Yes.
it's
How
not,
do- can you explain?
I would think our lack of being welcome process affected our
I have a feeling that people realize the bond issue went
Yes.
down, and I should have voted.
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
kind of a self-solving.
Well, I think
Yeah.
also, like, what you said, like, we didn't wear.
Oh, crap.
It wasn't until October, right, the council met with us, right? But I think also, like, you know, people assume the only place to talk to us is at citizens' comments, and they want that back
All right,
and forth.
let's
And
go
they
over
don't
and help them,
understand, like,
and we'll debrief.
they think that us not talking back to them at a board meeting, that would, you know, exactly.
y'all already done? We're still processing. So I hear there's a relationship, but is the, which one drives the other one? Which one affects the other one?
That one.
Which one? That one?
You
What's
think
that one?
communication affects distrust of the board, or distrust of the board affects communication?
I think it goes this way.
Yes.
Oh, wow. So yes, they wouldn't really.
Distrust of the board because.
I think part of the reason we didn't push the board out there was
Yeah.
because of the distrust of
Yeah.
the board.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, yep,
So we think,
yep, so I'm hearing, I agree with that,
Never said
yes.
that out loud before.
But then because they didn't go out there, people distrusted what was
Correct.
going on.
Right,
Yeah, that's
we
what
weren't the
I-
face of
that's-
it, right? We're making the
that's how I
decision to put the
felt.
bond
I
out, but
felt
we're hiding
like-
behind.
Fascinating.
Yep.
Okay, communication.
are we good?
Yes.
Yeah, I just felt like
communication.
You felt what?
that the communication that we put out was part of what, well, okay. Distrust of the board. Okay, let's keep going. I think I'm fine with that. I understand.
Okay,
This perspective.
communication and voter apathy. Is there a relationship?
Yes.
Yeah. I think
Yes,
it goes
no?
back, well, it goes, and again, I might be tying it all in, but like, they didn't get out, yeah, no, I agree.
We didn't do this
Right.
well, that's
And they
why
didn't
that
get out,
didn't
right,
turn out.
right, exactly.
Are y'all good with that? Yes? Don't just
It's
say okay,
almost
just
lack
okay.
of communication drove that.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, all right, communication and facility utilization.
Yes. How? Because I think right now, what we're seeing now is people, it's a whole like, oh, my school's not gonna get built now? Oh my goodness.
But is that facility utilization?
No, I guess not.
No, it's
I don't
not.
know that
No,
there's a
no, no.
connection.
That's-
So there's not a relationship there. Okay, are we moving on?
Yeah.
Okay, consequences. So the consequences, I feel like I have to say this every time,
Voters
that
didn't
voters didn't understand
understand
the
the
consequences,
consequences of
right?
the failure.
And distrust of the board. Is there a relationship there? I'm seeing shaking head. No. No. Okay. All right. So, consequences of a failed bond and voter apathy. Is
Yes.
there a connection?
Absolutely.
Okay. Which
They
one
didn't
affects
understand
the?
the consequences of the failed bond, drove them
And
to
that
not
drove
turn out.
the apathy?
Yes,
Okay.
there you go.
So the consequences and facility utilization, is there a relationship there?
Didn't understand the consequences of the failed bond.
I can't
I
decide
think
if
so,
yes or no.
because I don't think people understand, I think they didn't understand the consequences of what an overcrowded school for them.
I think so, I think you're right. I think that
So there's a
drove that.
relationship?
Yes.
And
It's
you're
down.
saying the this one
down.
affects this one, okay? All right, distrust of the board, here we are, so, and voter apathy, is there a relationship there?
I don't think so.
I can't, but then it may be.
Shaking head, shaking head, shaking.
A half line, give me a half line.
I can't give you a half line. We're either all in or we're not.
I know women are spaghetti and men are boxes.
Okay, so I'm hearing no. Okay, so distrust of the board and facility utilization. Is there a relationship there?
I can't decide.
Don't see it. No. Okay. All right, so we're moving on to voter apathy. Is there, we're down to just this connection, right? So is there a relationship between voter apathy and facility utilization?
I think it's in loop with this one. I don't think it's a direct.
I'm trying to find like the connection.
I don't think there's a connection.
Okay. All right, so we've done,
We made a beautiful star.
done them all. Okay, all right, and remind me, it's
Ins and outs.
ins and outs. Okay. So 0, 2, and that is 1, 3. This is my favorite tool.
You know what, it always turns out like you go, wow, okay, now that.
It is my favorite tool.
Just wish I could be Sarah. I have all this stuff in my head. David.
Oh.
You say start in the wrong spot. Come on. Dang it, that didn't work.
Okay, did I do that right? Okay.
So what's it telling you?
Yeah, help me now, 'cause I don't know what it tells me.
So if you,
You're looking for the items that had the most arrows going out.
Most arrows going
Is
out.
it the second one?
Yep,
yes.
So it's
Communication.
Communication.
the y-axis.
Climate and
Communication,
communication.
community climate. Bingo.
Yep.
Those are the drivers,
Nailed
right?
it.
So
Nailed
you
it.
see something like this has a lot of stuff affecting it. So if we spend a lot of time trying to work on this, we're gonna get very little effect out of it.
Right?
So what was their highest? Distrust of.
Whoa.
Okay, so
Misinformation.
over here we had
Finances.
same kind of distrust, but distrust of the district. And so that's what came out for us, is affecting 4 other areas significantly. So, and then there was school finance missing.
So can I ask a question?
Yes.
Do you see a relationship between communication and distrust?
Big time.
Yes, absolutely.
So then what affects the other one the most?
That's where we had trouble. We had a big, long conversation about that one.
Oh, boy.
Really tough session.
That's a good question.
So I was trying to
Connect the two
connect
together.
the two, right? So is there a relationship between communication and distrust?
Because distrust and community climate are essentially the same thing.
No, there's distrust.
I was just starting with this one, we could,
No, I know, what I'm trying to say is distrust the same thing as community climate?
oh, it was not when y'all generated the list.
No, because that's distrust of the district, and
Right.
this is distrust of the board. Community climate is different. It's the, yeah.
So then your question was?
Oh, so he's asking
Are
why.
communication
Yeah.
and distrust connected?
Yes. Is there a relationship?
mean, if we don't communicate, then they will distrust us.
But isn't it just going to be the same, because the
No.
same as we have between communication and distrust of board, isn't it that the same between communication and distrust of the district?
Well, I mean, I think I don't think that they distrust the district for a number of reasons.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't think it's just because of communication.
No, it's not, no.
She's just trying to see the relationship there.
I'm just-
Is there a relationship?
Trying to push the.
There
But
is,
imagine
we
if,
just don't know if I
imagine
put
if
an
that,
arrow in one
imagine
way or
if
the
that
other.
distrust was on this.
Yeah, if you put distrust over here,
On this list.
distrust of the district, which way does the arrow go?
This way.
Well, I don't know. It depends on which one, right? Like communication's so varied. And so sometimes if you're not communicating enough information, it leads to distrust.
Yes.
But if I'm distrusting you, the information you give me is not helping me because I'm distrusting what you're saying. So I don't know.
Kind
it
of a
feels-
vicious loop.
Yeah, it feels like it's a cycle.
Well, then the question I would ask is there something else, not communication, that's at the root of the trust issue? It sounds like communication is maybe just contributing, but isn't really at the root.
Yeah, and the only thing that's gonna get you out of your trap that you're talking about is we communicated this and this happened. And people start to see, oh, okay,
Right.
they told us the truth.
Help me
where I
help me
was
to
going.
understand on this
Yeah.
one, distrust affects curriculum?
We talked about that arrow a lot, and we voted, and that's the way it went.
I thought we voted the other direction.
No, I was the one vote for the other direction, and the three of you voted this
Wait,
way.
I
Yeah.
said,
The curriculum. is
right,
what-
yeah,
said
no,
that-
that is right. Okay, so I'm sorry, I was looking at, the way I saw it was the distrust is leading to questions on the curriculum, not the curriculum is creating distrust. I did not feel, I felt that the distrust is leading to questions about the curriculum.
But is it?
Is that
So
questions
what
about the
caused the
curriculum?
distrust in the first place is my question.
Right.
No communication.
And I think the
can-
curriculum
I
can
think
lead
it's a
to.
lot
Yeah,
of the
I
things
thought
that are on here, and this is just, I was telling Aaron, I went to this national thing through, I think it was NSBA, and then talking about where is national education distrust coming from, because this conversation isn't just happening at
Here,
Leander
right.
ISD. And like, in some of the data that they had, a lot of it started with mass mandate.
Yep.
And that's because you have half of your community who, let's think about LISD, they are angry that there was a mass mandate.
Right.
The other half is angry that you had a weak mass mandate.
Right.
Yep.
And
It
so
wasn't enough.
there was a form to opt out. So you have basically now
Divided.
nobody's happy. 100% of people, because if you were masked and not masked, and there's a few people in the middle. And so that created a lot of the division. Then you go to books. You have people who
But that's-
are, another one on books, and so you're talking about
So
distrust.
That's a caterpillar ring.
Yeah, so my question is.
This led to this, led to this.
Yeah, but what I'm thinking when I see this curriculum,
When we talk-
I hear you say questions about curriculum, but what I'm just reading here is curriculum, period. So based on what the curriculum is, that leads to distrust of the district. That's how I read it, not about questions about the curriculum.
So what I
I'm not
explained to this
understanding
group
your
is
question.
when you have something like that where it's 50-50, where you're just like,
Yeah.
oh, it could go
Yeah.
both
It
ways.
was
And
a-
and we had a lot of discussions on
That was
it.
our hardest
But
one.
The point is, there's no point in just continuing the discussion
Sure,
over and over
okay.
and over.
Right.
It doesn't get you anywhere. You might as well just flip a coin.
Pick one, yeah.
Because if you work on this, this gets better. If you work on this, this gets better. So
So they're
either way,
related
you're gonna
anyway.
win.
Yeah.
But when you, Bruce, when you ask like, well, what created all the distrust? When you think about books,
Yeah.
there's a lot of people that are angry that there are certain books in the classroom. Well, there's another half that's very angry that you're censoring books in the classroom. And so there are issues that you're not going
To solve.
to,
That helps me a lot.
Yep.
I mean, it's just, I know you know all this stuff too, but Same with DEI. I mean, it's a nation divided, and when you try to be kind of like in the middle, as we were with mask, there's a mask mandate, but here's a form out. So not only have you haven't made either side happy, you've enraged both sides. You know, and
Is it necessary to combine the two together?
No, I mean, you got priorities that came out of here and priorities that come out of there, so.
We can go to work. Okay, that helps, right?
It does.
Okay.
Are we moving on?
Yes, sir.
Good, let's move on.
Okay.
So, wait, before you go.
Wait,
So,
I
Next,
tried.
I marked it
next
off.
steps would be, we've gone through these first 4 stages, and we've got down to pretty clear about what we're seeing are causes coming out of this. The next step would be start to come up with possible solutions. What are we gonna do about this? And I was thinking about doing that today, but we're kind of running out of time. But you may want to wait until you get your survey results and you get all the other data and everything else, and then start generating the list of the possible solutions. But
We could do that, right?
yeah.
so, one other comment I want to make about PDSA is that it's a learning cycle. It's a profound learning cycle, right? And I think that's what you guys did today. You went deep in all these kinds of things, worked through stuff, prioritized, and you learned lots about the issues, which is going to harm you really well when you go back out in the community and you have a deeper understanding of all the issues. So, okay.
Excellent work. Thank you, David.
Now we're.
Thank you. Okay, all right.
Okay.
So, how do we capture this? Do you want to go ahead and document?
Oh. Really? I didn't know I turned it on.
Okay, I can easily facilitate that.
All right, Sarah, you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we are going to completely shift gears here, but still utilizing continuous improvement tools. So if you recall, actually, this was started at the last board retreat in December of last year, was really starting to look at the superintendent evaluation. We had a consultant that came in actually at another workshop later in the spring, and then you had tasked us with, based on all of those conversations, to develop the superintendent evaluation tool. So that was what was utilized for Dr. Gearing's evaluation this last cycle. In your board packet, you do have that particular document. And just as we are trying to finalize that so that we make sure we're crystal clear for Dr. Gearing about how his evaluation tool, we wanted to just pause and get some feedback from you all of what worked, what didn't, what are the things that we could look to improve, just so that we can get that finalized and back out to you all for approval. And I'll turn it over to David to facilitate. Yes, ma'am.
Wait,
Sorry.
before we do, I just want, before we dive off, to add that kind of paint done for us, in that there is a strategic planning process going on right now, and we will be getting that information in February, and from there, we're gonna develop another instrument, or maybe this instrument with those goals, and that's a different discussion. So this is kind of the interim one, and we do need one in place, and so that's what we're working from. I just want to make sure we understood the...
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. Once we do have the strategic plan in place, we will revisit so that there is complete alignment between the strategic plan and the superintendent evaluation. But yes, we do need something in the meantime.
Okay, if you take your tool time books and find plus delta. All right, and we're going to do this in stages, and depending on how long stage 1 takes us, that we may stop or we may go to stage 2 and finish out. So at stage 1, what I'd like all of you to do is take a blank sheet of paper, and then you're going to divide it vertically right down the middle. And then about an inch down from the top, you're going to put a horizontal bar. On the left-hand side, you're going to put a plus sign. And on the right-hand side, you're going to put a triangle or a delta sign. Okay, so we're going to do this individually to start with. And so I just want you to just sit and think about, gee, what are all the things you liked about the last cycle of the superintendent evaluation process, the tool, the data, whatever it might be. What did you like about it? And then start to think about what needs improvement. What would you like to see changed, updated, what needs improvement? And simply just make a list on the right-hand side. Okay, can we move on? We're going to wrap up with, guess what? A couple more tools to get your feedback today. So we were going to combine these as a group, but we're going to take them as admin and remove the redundancies, come back with a refined list and move in that direction. So, and then we can do some prioritization of that at that point. So the last two tasks I have for you today is we have the P3T that we did this morning. We have all those statements. So we need some priority from that. So there's like 41 of them. So you now have 6 dots, not just 3. So you have 2 red dots and 4 other green dots. So you need to take a look at that list and give us some priority on that. What are the hot issues? And what other things would you vote on that list? And then Sarah's going to take that, combine it, try to put it into a board statement that can come back to you, and you can review and refine and work through that process. The second thing you need to do is the correlation chart. You have orange dots for today, so you're going to put those right over the top of the blue dots, and that gives me a little bit of a comparison about what you thought about yesterday versus today. So that's interesting information. And any last comments that you want to leave for me, leave them on the parking lot. I'd be really happy to have that. So, and for my part of this, I have to tell you, I've been really impressed with you guys. Sometimes I work with groups and I feel like I'm pulling teeth to get them to do anything or move forward. You guys stayed engaged the entire time and really worked hard, and I've just really been impressed with that. So thanks very much for the opportunity. And you have my email, so if you have follow-up questions that come up, feel free to email me. I'm glad to answer that. So, okay? All right.
So just to clarify, so I'm going to collect your plus deltas on the evaluation. So
And the red dots are the most, and then the green are the others?
Yes.
Okay. Board members, this concludes our agenda items. Are there any other questions on this last agenda item or the last few pieces? I'm not seeing any other questions. Therefore, at this time, we will adjourn. Thank y'all so much for a good board workshop, and we'll see you on December 16th.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.